Siri, read last message.
You have recent messages from NOS Alert. NOS Alert said new event. Severe thunderstorm warning from May 10th, 2026, 3:52 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for San Angelo region. Linked in NOAA.gov.
Stop.
Would you like to reply?
No.
Okay. p.m. Central Daylight Time for San Angelo region.
Okay, I'm finally here. Hold on, what's going on? Hey guys, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I need to set a goal. I probably need to. I just spent $900 getting an alternator replaced, and hopefully that is the only problem that I had. Obviously, I'm keeping very close watch on all the instrumentation and whatnot. I guess it's needless to say that I'm extremely skittish right now. Oh boy. Oh, we have a tornado warning on this cell back to my west. Yep, we have a tornado warning on the cell back to my west. Well, I'm just getting going here in Brownwood, Texas, and I'm kind of like a chicken with the head cut off. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do here. I mean, I didn't even take the time to really look over what's actually going on right now. I didn't even stop and look at any of the latest data that I would normally look at. I am going to pull off here and decide what I want to do here. So we're looking back to the west, and number one, you can't even see that storm back there, right? Yeah, actually you can. It's kind of off at my 1 or 2 o'clock, but yeah, I'm going to set a goal, definitely. Jody, I thank you so much. I appreciate that. If we could get some more, let me go ahead and set this. And I'm going to set it for a large number because I need to pay for this whole $900 alternator job I had to get done on the road today here. Oh my gosh. I was so thinking I was going to end up with a vehicle that would have to be towed somewhere to a shop, like a dealership, and left behind. And I was going to connect with another guy that's over here right now, and I was just going to be with him. He heads back. He has an appointment in Austin tomorrow. He doesn't live in Austin, but he has an appointment in Austin tomorrow. And hold on a second. Let me just get this going. I'll be back with you soon. 3 hour max, that's all I can do. All right. Should be started. So, the plan was to potentially ride along with him, and we would eventually later tonight land back in Austin. And I was going to actually have my wife come and just have to pick me up. But that would have left my vehicle way out here in Brownwood, Texas, to be repaired. So I would have had to make another trip back once it was supposedly repaired. Just get a ride back out here just to pick it up. So I don't know. Let's hope that this works. So since April 10th, who's calling me now? Uh-oh. Yes, sir. Yeah, I see that. I see that. I'm still in Brownwood. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what I want to do. I'm just rolling around a little bit just to make sure I don't have any issues before I venture off anywhere else. But I don't know that I want to go all the way. I mean, I could easily go west from here. Yeah, yeah, as all of it. Yeah, we're gonna have a big line of stuff later. Yeah. Oh, oh, yeah. Did you? So you went? You still going towards Stephenville? Right. Yeah, it does. That it does. Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Well, I'm gonna make a stop here. I'm just gonna figure out what I'm gonna do here. So. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Actually, yeah, I did. Actually, I saw him just outside of Comanche when I was trying to make it here to Brownwood. I remember seeing him. Yep. So he must be working that highway. Yeah, I'm gonna head over that way. I'm not gonna go west. All right, bud. Bye. Yeah, despite us having a tornado warning to the west, I'm not gonna go out there. It's not a real good area either. I'm gonna head back for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's probably a lot of people out there on that, and secondly, if I go this way, I'm actually making my way back towards home, and we'll have a storm that's not moving very fast over there. So all this later on is going to congeal into a big line of stuff, and I'll supposedly be ahead of it all the way back home. And let's just use that term somewhat loosely, assuming I don't have a breakdown and get stranded somewhere, like I have been for the last 2 hours or more. So that mass up there is the storm that is just severe warned. And it's going towards Stephenville, so that's what I am going to do. I am going to head towards Stephenville. And I also have to watch out for a Department of Public Safety trooper who is working the highway between here in Brownwood and Stephenville, Texas, so I don't want to be getting a ticket. So anyway, let me get back to where I was. All right, so since today is May 10th, right? Okay, so April 10th, I got my truck back from the transmission. Here we are, 1 month later, May 10th, I have to replace the alternator. You know what the total cost of both of those jobs now? That's $9,000, and that's actually low. I'm actually cheating myself a little bit because it was $8,033 and change for the transmission rebuild thing, and now another $900 for this. Oh my gosh. It's things like this that make me want to just say, you know what? I'm not going to do this anymore unless it's within 100 miles of home. Not that I have a lot of time to do it anyway. Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for that 10. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had to set up. It's a shame that the 50 didn't kick in before I set to the goal. There's only 10 people here. We need to get more people. Hey, share it, because I'm going to be on a storm unless. And I'm sorry, I'm going to keep saying this today because I'm really really skittish. You know, when you have something like this happen, but I'm like, assuming I get to the storm. If the stream suddenly stops today, you will know that Bob has run into another issue, because I will reach over and I will turn it off in a New York minute, because you will not want to hear my reaction. It would not be pleasant to the ears. Would not. All right, Leah, thank you again. Yeah, share the stream. Let's get some people on here. I know that my buddy Daniel's over there, probably close to that tornado warning storm out there. That's such a glob of stuff. Well, there's nothing real great here, but I think there's a little bit of rotation on this cell that I'm heading towards. It'll take me a little time to get over there to it. But I think the window for a tornado today was going to be a narrow corridor, and it was going to be somewhat limited in the time frame for any tornado potential, because once this stuff turns into congeals into a line, you know, we're pretty much going to be done, especially with starting to cluster and whatnot. So it's all been about that outflow boundary coming down from the north. We got the front coming in from the northwest. So there's that combination of this little area right up in here is the area that I wanted to be today. Now, I stopped in Brownwood because I had to, because when I got to Comanche, Texas, that's when I started getting all these electrical charging failures, and then eventually every warning light known to this vehicle that I'm aware of anyway came on. And when I didn't have anywhere in Comanche, Texas I could have got anything done, so I tried to make it to Brownwood, and I barely did. Now, here's the kicker. This thing would not go out of fifth gear. It stayed in fifth gear the whole time as I was driving over here. So when I hit the first stoplight, I was taking off in fifth gear. I don't think that's a transmission-related problem. I think it's something to do with the electrical system. I'm not a mechanic, and I'm not going to claim to be a mechanic. But with that issue, you know, even when I tried to make my turn into the O'Reilly's parking lot, and I'll tell you the story how I got all this done in a minute. I turn into the O'Reilly's parking lot. Guess what? I have no power steering. It was a fight. It was a battle to get the wheels to turn to get me into the parking lot. So, you know, you lose everything. That was a very tense drive for 22 miles just to get to get from Comanche over to Brownwood. It's a bigger city, you know, where you can find and you can get something done on a Sunday. So the first place I found obviously was O'Reilly's, and knowing they could at least check things out. Supposedly the battery was all good, but we were only getting about 12 volts. And we should be getting 14.2 volts to the battery from the alternator. We weren't getting that. So I may have had a flaky alternator. Because this happened back in January, but it only came on for a split second, and it was just the one morning that the charging system failed. So, I don't know. So I pulled into the O'Reilly's. I go in and tell them what's happened. They come out and check, and they said, well, yeah, start it up again. Okay, I tried to start it up, and oh, you could tell the battery was extremely weak. It wasn't getting to the click, 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 click bang, but it was weak. So it's not getting charged. Now, it maybe could have been the battery, but probably not. Anyway, to make a longer story short, thank goodness that the people that work there know people around the area that are mobile mechanics. He called the mechanic for me, asked him if he could come replace an alternator and how much and all that. He said $200. Fortunately, they had one alternator in stock, the one for this vehicle. They had one alternator. And I ended up, I told the O'Reilly's employee, I said, well, listen, I'll tell him I'll call him back. I need to sort this out in my head right quick. So, you know, a couple of phone calls later, I told him, I said, yeah, you got the alternator? Yeah. Okay, great. So I called this guy back and told him, yeah, come on. He wanted cash, of course, and I didn't have, I'm not carrying $200 in my wallet, right? So he gets here, he starts pulling the old alternator out, and in these vehicles, unless you've got a lift, it is not easy to get an alternator out. It's not. And he proved that point. But I was trying to tell him, I said, man, I can't, I don't have the cash to pay you. I can write you a check. I said, I promise you, can guarantee you it's good, but, you know, those are my only two options because I don't have Cash App and I don't do all this other stuff. And a friend of mine, Randy, was in town, of course, as I mentioned earlier, so he came just in case, you know, I was going to be stranded and have to leave the truck on premise and then have to get it towed somewhere for repair or something. But he was there, and he took me to an ATM. So I went to an ATM and pulled out $200, and the guy got it back on. I paid him, and here I am actually moving down the road. So hopefully I have no more issues. But it has not been a pleasant day at all. So how's that for a Sunday drive, huh? Oh boy, was that enough? Did everybody get that whole story? My gosh, what a nightmare. Now this guy going 80 miles per hour, I wonder if I'm not going to find him pulled over by the Department of Public Safety up ahead, because that state trooper is working this highway. I am going to need to make a fuel stop somewhere too in a little while. I don't know if I'll do that in Comanche or wait till I get to no, I'm probably going to have to do it in Comanche because Stephenville is going to get clobbered by that storm. And I need to also consider my road option things going into Stephenville. I can get to Dublin. I've got an east option from Dublin. In fact, I'll go all the way to Stephenville. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, so share, let's try to get viewers into the hundreds here. Help me reach that target today and help me pay for this. Pay for this alternator that I had to replace. $900 just to get me back on the road. 14 miles to Comanche, and I see in the lane coming up on left up here, I see the DPS trooper. There he is on the left. That's him right there. So maybe the guy ahead wasn't going far enough over the speed limit to get pulled over. Oops. Wait, he just turned on his lights or something. Couldn't be turning them over for me. I think he turned them on for the traffic that's coming from his behind side. It's because it's just yellow lights, so it's just he's gonna sit there and wait for somebody flying around that curve back there. You know, it's not gonna be me. I don't speed anyway. So I guess I'll go up here also. Okay, let's add in what I put in. I didn't have much fuel this morning when I left either, so that was $72 for the fuel this morning. So based on the miles to empty I have now, I'm going to spend another 55 to 60. Probably 55. Probably 55. When I get to Comanche, it's probably cost me another $55 just to top the tank off. So I want to be sure I've got plenty of fuel. Storm of interest is going to be to my east-northeast. I'm still a few miles from it, but I'm going to be making approach to it here with time. No big rush. And don't laugh that I say this. Don't laugh that I say this. Assuming that my truck doesn't break down again. It's going to be a long night. This is going to be after it. Basically, this whole system is going to chase me back home tonight, and I may actually overjump. You know, jump past home. But I think that as they get closer back to where home is, I think that they may become more outflow dominant, so the severe threat will come down. We'll see. And I'm going into this pretty much as blind as a bat today without having looked. The only thing I looked at was this morning before I left. I said, okay, this is what this okay. And I saw that tornado potential right in the narrow corridor, and I'm like, well, okay. Come to find out, a couple hours later, which I just, for the heck of it, looked, the Storm Prediction Center had gone to a 5% tornado area. That's okay, that's exactly where I was going. It's exactly what I was seeing 2 hours ago. So everything's good. I don't care what I see today, I'll be honest. All I care about is that this vehicle continues to operate properly and I don't break down again in the middle of nowhere and be stranded and then have to pay a big towing bill somewhere and then have to worry about getting somebody to get me back home. It could turn into a real nightmare. Okay, not many viewers. Numbers definitely need to go up. Definitely need to go up. Well, while I'm cruising along here, we can get my remote camera working here. We can. Hopefully it's an easy peasy setup. Yeah, I would have liked to have gone out there. I actually would have been a little farther west, but I wasn't going to be a whole lot farther west. I would have had to. It's so slow moving. I'd have had to drive probably another hour just to get to where the current tornado warning is. But it's all good. It's all good. I just have to click on something here. Yeah, please share the stream. I got to get some viewers on here. I got to get some super chats on here today. Got to get some good ones on here today. I got to pay for this $900 transmission. Sorry, transmission was $8,000. Pay for this alternator repair. Okay. Are you going to remember my device? That's the question. I've only got 47% on this thing too, so I'll have to plug it in. What a day, huh? What a day. Alright. Got that camera working now. We just get it in a little mount here and get the power cord plugged into it. I think I plugged everything else in. Obviously I have the big inverter plugged in, or the Starlink wouldn't even be online right now. Not, okay. Mark, I see that you are not in Stephenville right now. Okay. So they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning on the cells, the cluster. I'm going to call it the cluster. I'm not going to call it the cell. I'm going to call it the cluster to the west. I'm not even going to look at the velocities on that because I'm not going to concern myself with that. I'm going to get over here for what I have in front of me, and I think that possibly here's the issue. Once I get past Comanche, that thing's liable to bury the highway that goes east out of Dublin, so I would be in a I would not be in the best of positions right there. I gotta answer a text message. I've been grounded in Brownwood because apparently I had an alternator for a while, so I have spent the last 2.5 hours there spending $900 total for a mobile mechanic and an alternator replacement. I'm back on the road now. Just heading back towards Comanche and the Dublin area. There's no sense of me going west at this point in time. Okay, I gotta answer another text message. Oh, we gotta get some viewers. I'm gonna be on a storm here in a bit. I am going right towards it. Possibility I might end up having to just be behind it. Okay. I'm up and running and hopefully nothing else happens. Period. All right. So, I'm still trying to get my focus. I am trying to get my focus back. Let's see, it's got to be the highway up to Dublin. Okay, keep going. Let's see. Getting bombarded with text messages here. Trying to read them all. Okay. I need to know if there is a. I'm trying to remember. There's only one bailout of the highway going up to Dublin, and that's at Proctor. Basically, take you back down to Highway 36 in Gustine. That would be the only out on that. And over to the east of Gustine is a one-lane road situation where they have the traffic light that you may sit after 5 minutes before you get through. So I'm keeping that construction delay in mind as well. Well, Toronto, maybe somebody else can tell you what all has happened to me today. In brief, alternator went out in Brownwood, Texas. Total cost with the mobile mechanic, $900 I spent. Well, more than that actually. That's how it's gone today. I am not happy. I'm going to try to act like I'm happy, but I am not happy. I'm happy that I'm driving again. The only other out road coming off of is it 277? I think it is. The only other out road there is basically have to go all the way into Dublin. Well, I've been in some hailstorms in Dublin, Texas. You know, that's where Dr. Pepper was invented, by the way. Yeah, I have been in some hailstorms in Dublin, Texas before. I've been in the big hailstorms where I was undercover, and I've been in the heavy hailstorms. And what I mean by heavy hailstorms, one that left 3 inches of hail covering everything. I think I'm going to go ahead and get myself to the east side of Comanche, Texas here, probably stop at the Sefco, whatever the gas price is. I'm not going to shop around for 5-cent savings right now. Actually, there's an HEB, I think, up here on the right. They may have something a little cheaper, and it's on my right side of the highway, so I may consider that one. Go ahead and top off the tank. Still, I'm going to spend another $50, $55 or something like that. Alright, so I won't be really looking at the chat very much. I might be able to glance over from time to time, but that's pretty much going to be the limit. I'm in a town right now, and I am in traffic. This kind of code, they don't, oh, they're 419. Well, wait, this is not, is this the No, Berkshire Brothers, that's why, I just passed it. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna turn around. I'm just gonna go ahead and go to the Sefco and I'm gonna pay whatever it is. Or the other option is there is an Allsup's up ahead. Allsup's is famous for the burritos that a lot of chasers stop and eat. I am not going to buy an Allsup's burrito. Although I am hungry. I wasn't hungry earlier, even though I should have been, because I was upset. And I'm still upset. You know, it wouldn't have bothered me so much if I was 30 minutes, an hour from home, but I'm a solid 3 hours. You know, it makes a difference. So yeah, new alternator was put on. They checked everything with the computer and everything, and it said that, you know, everything was fine. So hopefully that is the case. Storm up ahead. I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot here. I'm probably going to have to come in. Oh gosh, yeah. This whole thing just kind of messed my day up as far as where I wanted to. Even positioning for this one, it just messed me up. Just having to deal with all this stuff and, you know, having to wait for 2.5 hours or something just to get all this taken care of. And obviously I shut everything else, everything was shut off. So I was totally out of touch with what was going on weather-wise. That moment, of course, I mean, it's the least of my concerns. I think this is the town that has the Sefco. I hope I'm remembering my geography here. Well, darker skies approaching. This is not the one that has the, oh gosh, I am just so messed up. See, I've told you, my brain is fried. I am gonna have to go back to the Allsup's. No choice. Just gonna give me another delay. So with this additional delay, let's see, go rear view. I will eventually get on a storm, promise. I'm just gonna have to end up doing it in a roundabout way. That southern part of that storm really is looking pretty darn impressive right now, dude. All right, 14. Two to the 20 goal. Hey, I don't expect you guys to chip in to pay for this whole alternator $900 bill today, but your help is certainly appreciated. Normally, I'd just like that to go towards the amount of fuel expense that's incurred doing this, but This is one of those years I'm not going to come out on the plus side for sure. Oh, it looked like I got something else trying to pop up here. All right. Okay, that pump doesn't work. We'll do this one. I'll probably lose the Starlink. Looks like the land-based data is doing okay. So let me get my fuel. All right, here's another problem. Try to use the card and the darn thing's got my card and won't give it back. I gotta go pay inside. I honestly don't know what the heck is going on today. Trying to use my card here at the pump. It didn't want to work at the pump. And then it held on to my card, wouldn't release it. Finally it releases it, so I go inside to pay. I go inside to pay and it declines the card. I'm looking at my account right now online. I am looking at my account right now online. There's plenty of money there. I'm wondering if it's not because I made that big transaction with the alternator. So I just put $40 in here. So be it. I'll clean my windshield off real quick. Good enough. The way this day is going, I don't care. Get out here and figure out what I want to do here. Well, that didn't fill me up, but it got me to 369 miles to empty. Just spent $40 on fuel. It is possible that there is a max thing on there. I sent a message to my wife. She actually works for the bank. Gosh. Let's see. I need to get things where they need to belong here. We've got a new cell popping up. I think I'm going to just go ahead and... Okay, let me get this... I use my personal card and just put 40 in here. I guess I'll figure it all out later. How do we get off? How do we get out of here? Starlink will probably come back. I think I'm just going to stay on Highway 36. I'm not even going to go up towards that cell up there because there's a new cell developing on the south side of it. Let's see, hail size in that thing is pretty. That's interesting. Ooh, man, yeah. There's a new cell forming down on the south side of that one. I'll show you real quick on the radar. See that new cell forming right there directly to my east, pretty much. Just to my east-northeast. And the stuff to the north of that, the one to the north of that is building southeastward. So I will just get on down the road and I'll try to position somewhere. Yeah, so that's it back over there. Oh gosh, viewer count needs to go up. Okay, you see that top right there? Okay. That camera good? That camera's good. We got the mirror, but we got a view. Now this camera is not made for faster motion stuff, so it's gonna have its little hiccups and glitches and this and that. So anyway, we'll go back over here and to get this view right here. That, along with the spot right in the middle, lower middle part of the screen there, And for those that don't know, that is from a guy losing a screw or something off of a truck in oncoming traffic one day, and it obliterated the spot right there. I'm fortunate it's as small as it is right now, but I got my window chip repair guy to do what he could with it. I said, I'll just live with it. So anyway, the spot. Yeah, that's the spot. And we're going to have a little windshield glare here too, so that's to be expected. Alright. 15. Let's get them to triple digits here. Yeah. Let's get that way. This was just a severe thunderstorm warning. There's still a tornado warning back west. Let's do the 10 o'clock view here. Fortunately, the 10 o'clock view is going to have part of a mirror in it, but that's okay. I got stuff trying to pop up on top of me here too. Well, I can see some of the base over there. It's not flat, I can tell you that. So keep an eye out there. I need to look at, let's take a look at velocities and see what's going on with this thing. Yeah, big broad rotation in that thing. Boundary shooting off to the back to my west from all that. So yeah, handful of boundaries they can help and they can hinder. There is definitely hail in this thing. Pretty big cape values here today. There's a lot of energy to work with, and the cell right here to my left that just blew up, I mean, it is blowing up fast, and it's going to merge in with the one just to the north. Actually, it's already starting to do so. At least I better see some nice clouds today after a $900 expense on that alternator, right? Got to have some kind of bonus come out of this, right? Fortunately, I'm going to get into the trees. I'm going to get in some areas where the AT&T services are going to really be bad. There is a lowering over there. I do see a lowering out there. Could be a bit of a wall cloud right there. I just need to figure out where I'm going to, maybe over there at, oh yeah, I've got the construction issue that's going to come up here in a few miles too, so I got to also consider, I could have a 5-minute delay at a 1-lane part of the highway where there's a traffic light that obviously is stopping people one way, you know, and then letting them go, and then switches and lets the other people go. So I got to keep an eye on that, and so I don't want to be too close to anything here and get stuck by that and not be able to get out of it. It is a nice view though. So if the stream drops out, it's because it's trying to negotiate all these data issues with the cellular side. Hopefully Starlink will hang in there. Again, being kind of somewhat close to this storm right now, and since the storm is to my left or to my north, of course that's probably going to have a little bit of an impact on Starlink as well. So it is what it is. Yeah, actually somebody said that. Toronto, you said that. Okay. All right, 2 miles from Custine, and I know that just before I get to Lambkin, maybe about 2 miles west of Lambkin is where that 1-lane situation exists. Now I do have a south option before I get to that if I have to take it, but right now I don't know that I would have to. Switch over to this for the moment. The dot. I'll try to get that camera. We'll just get the dot as far down as we can. Let's see. That highway would go south. Then there's an east option. Ooh. There's a continuous south option. But boy, you run into a problem if you go to. I don't know if that's a good idea. May not be a good idea. Another one popping up on the highway up ahead of me, just to the northwest of Hamilton. Van in front of me that's not wanting to go quite the speed limit. I'd like for him to go the speed limit. I would like to go a little faster. figure out where exactly to. I think I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to try to get all the way down to Hamilton. While we got trees in front of us, there's your look. Again, share the stream, like if you haven't, please. Subscribe if you haven't, please. We greatly appreciate it. Set a goal of 20 today, just mainly because I just had to fork out $900 for an alternator replacement, which set my day back time-wise as well. Not making the progress I would like to be making right now because of this van in front of me. Why are you hitting your brakes? Come on, guy, we got a hail cord that's built up big time. We need to go. I don't do hail. I don't do hail. I'm trying to avoid that. But at least I can get you some views. The 65 this guy's going is not going to cut it. This is a 75 mile per hour speed limit highway. And there's no good options to pass anyone. Even if I pass a guy, I'd have to probably push it to 90, and I don't want to do that either. Let's see how this all lays out. We've got Hamilton. We've got Hamilton right there. This thing's got a 3-inch hail marker on it. Right to my left. And that 3-inch hail marker is at 5,000 feet, so perhaps half the size, maybe 1.5 would actually be getting to the ground, but I don't want to be in that either. How many times have I had storms just basically on my tail coming down this highway? Let's look at the rear side back there too. You can see it's kind of closed in back there behind me. So I got out of Comanche quickly enough. I didn't get stuck behind that, so that was a good move. I'd be farther along if I hadn't had to deal with the problem with the okay, here's that traffic issue. And it's red right now, so maybe we'll catch it green. Oh, come on, change to green, please. It'd be real nice if you would. Aren't you gonna be looking at the trees? Okay, we're in the back right now, so we're on the rear camera. I'll stay there because you can't see anything from over here. We're liable to have Starlink want to have a problem because trees are overhanging the road here. All right, this right up ahead, this is what I was talking about. This is that 1-lane stoppage of traffic, and the light's been red ever since I could see it for the last maybe half mile. So maybe I only see one westbound car. Oh, there's another one? Yep, there's another one. So once this clears, we should be able to get back going. And I need to. So, question is, what am I going to do when I get to Hamilton? I'm inevitably going to end up having to still go east and southeast. Oh gosh, come on, light. Come on, light. Here we go. All right, we are moving again. That would be really great if I could get around this guy. Okay, there are no tornado warnings anywhere now. This is not going to be a big tornado day. A couple of possibilities. And one of those has already occurred. So there's a lookout. The left side. Yep, that's a big nasty looking storm, isn't it? Rear view. What I might do is when I get to Hamilton, I may go just north of town a little bit. There's a good open area out there, I think, if I recall correctly, where I could kind of see this. I'm just staying on the rear shot right now because you can't see anything because of the trees to my left. Can't pop over there to a clearing. Briefly, while we have a little bit of a view over there. All right, I'm coming into Lambkin, L-A-M-K-I-N, Lambkin, Texas. And I forgot to turn something on. I got that. Forgot to turn a locator on, but it's on now. All right, there it is. Turn back towards it a little bit. Only 20. Chat's quiet. Target won't be reached today, probably. And we have a go rear view. Let's just take another look at the radar here. Show you what's going on again. Here we are. There I am right there with the screen. Take a look at the velocities real quick. I could go to 2-panel. Yeah, just broad stuff going on in there. I don't think there's any tornado threat in this at the moment. Getting into a little bit of rain here. Golly, this guy's really just holding me up. He's making life difficult for me. Alright, we're 100% Starlink right now. There is no cellular service here at all. cellular data service whatsoever right now. So, thank goodness Starlink is working. Oh good, I can get by this guy. Finally got passing lane. Rear view right quick. It is dark in the rear for sure. Oh, we have a tornado warning. And that's going to be for the stuff to my west. Tornado warning on the northeastern side cell. And yeah, let me just go show you real quick. Radar. Okay, bottom left corner, you'll see the tornado warning populate there. I'm not worried about that. That actual storm is not going to be, it's going to be west of Brownwood in an hour, but it's going to be almost at Ballinger. So, I mean, that thing is so slow moving. I just want to stay focused on this one here, because this is what I got in front of me or beside me, whatever way you want to look at it, and that's what I'm going to focus on. Rear view, dark skies. We could call that the 8 a.m. view right there. It's the 8 a.m. view. Excuse me. All right, 22. Of course, without having the data going, okay, is it finally going to come back? I should be getting it back. Yeah, it's coming back. Yep, okay. I think that's why I was slow to get the tornado warning. It didn't come through because I had lost all that. So let's do one thing here. All right. Okay, one AT&T connection has come back. Waiting for the other one to reinitialize itself. I'm getting close to Hamilton, Texas. I'm just northwest of Hamilton, Texas right now. I might pop a little bit north of Hamilton. There is no crossroad. I basically have to go into town to do it. Rear view once again. This is starting to look just a little bit interesting. Just a little bit interesting to my northwest. Just a little bit of time, maybe I can get a view up here. Let's see. Running my playback a little bit slow. I'm gonna bring it up within 1 minute. Anyway. Just saw the name Daniel. I don't know where he is. I will find out here real quick. I don't think that he. Yeah, I think he's probably out on the west stuff. I don't know that for a fact, but that's what I'm just going to assume. I don't know. It's too hard for me to look right now. I'm not going to worry about it. Let me toggle my data back on here for the radar. All right, let's get this back into the frame. There we go. Camera seeing anything? Nope, just a little bit of the wrong angle. I can't quite get that right now. I really would like these viewer numbers to go up. Well, the other day at 500 and something at one point, at a glance anyway. Hamilton, Texas, right up ahead. I am probably going to take that north highway up just a bit. Have a look-see at this. Pretty decent view of it. Check radar. Front camera. While I'm doing this, I'm going to do something here because I want to have a look-see at. I want to pull up some velocities too, so I want to see what's going on here. So I got the dual panel up now. That's what I was looking at. And on velocity, there's a little something showing there. We'll see. There could be something embedded right back in there. I'm not sure. This is the highway that goes north, I think. 281. All right, we're going to go north on 281 from Hamilton, Texas for a bit. While you're looking at a small town, we'll just look at the radar again real quick and the velocities there and the reflectivity scans. What's going on? Oh, we're getting to a pretty long distance here. I need to figure out where my best view is. My best view, actually, I need to be changing, I'm pretty sure. I need to be changing. Yes, I need to be changing. Front camera, we are on it and we'll be getting there, but I need to change my radar sight. I told you I'm not on top of my game today because of all this happened. So I need to flip over and you better be working. Okay, you are. Okay, we're getting much more lower elevation. Look at this now, right in that 4,000 foot range. Refresh frames, get a few frames in here so I can put this in motion. All right, got it. So this is what it looks like on the new. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty stout winds up in there. I don't see anything though would indicate tornado to me right now. Heading just north of town right now. I'm not gonna go very far. Actually got another little cell trying to pop up down here just to my southwest again too. At 24. Oh man. Please share the stream. If you're just watching, go ahead and subscribe. Not gonna cost you anything. Alright. Okay, how far am I going to go here? Not very, probably. Not very far. Okay, yeah, I can see the base out here. Okay, yeah. We do have some potential big hail right there to the west of Pico. Here, if I can. Let those people go ahead and go. Ooh, that looks like a heck of a drop off right there. Oh yeah, that's a heck of a drop off right there, but I navigated it just fine. Stop here at the Hamilton County Livestock Commission. Just have a look-see around here real quick. And unfortunately, an accidental mouse slip. Ooh. An accidental mouse slip just made them, it actually cleared my radar. All right, let's get back in on this. I really don't think. Let's get the GPS back going again. Start it. COM2. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back to one single panel. I can actually put my velocity on the other device here, so I'll look at it from there. Okay. Panels, one panel. All right, here we go. Okay. How are we doing? How are we doing? some hail behind there. This is such a busy highway too, and it's 2 lane. It's just I may not have a lot of options to be able to pull off up there. I'm gonna go ahead and try to move up a bit. I don't want to play with the hail close, so. But I may go ahead and go north just a little bit more. Maybe I'll be fortunate enough to find a spot where I can get off the road. Of course, it's going to be 3 or 4 cars before I can actually get back up on the highway here, it looks like. You folks know what you're driving into? Probably not. Probably not. Oh yeah, I mean you can look at this thing visually and you know that there is hail falling out of this bad boy. Maybe at the top of this hill, maybe there's a place to pull off. If there's not, I'm not going to go a whole lot farther up the road. Top this hill. Is there a place for me to pull off? Is there a place for me to pull off? I don't think there is, but I'm gonna get on the shoulder anyway. Nice one shot, huh? What a view. Opportunity. Definitely a photo op. Definitely a photo op. Try to get one without the cars in it. Okay. What I would like to do here is turn myself around and get over there, cross the road just a bit. So much traffic, it's not exactly the easiest thing to do. Cars coming up the hill, so I got to be really cautious. I think we're clear. Yeah, this is not a good spot. No, not a good spot. I can pull out a little bit here, and I'll go to the left camera, and we'll get a better view here. We'll get a better view, a little bit of a better view. Let's see how this view is going to look. How's that looking? Oh yeah, there you go. Now you're going to get a little reflection, but it's just too bad. I don't want to use that. I want to use that. Oh gosh. If I put the window down, we'll get rid of the reflections. How's that? Is it better? That better? That must be better. Okay. Just north of Hamilton, Texas. Period. Okay, let me get the link to that. Come on, back, get there, get there. Let's do a paste. And let's go ahead and post. Share, okay, share. Okay, got that done. All right. Okay. All right. How we doing? Isn't that pretty? Okay. How much longer am I going to stay here? And the cell coming out of Pottsville that is blown up is going to merge into this one. And it's going to do it right about where I am. So I will be dropping south here shortly. I can actually see this whole thing. I can see this whole thing, the whole storm rotating. Thanks. Okay. Now, this is not what I want to really call a well-organized machine right here, but it is a beauty. And I'm not going to be here much longer. Let's see, that was 21, right? Okay, so that's pretty neat. Why do they have this thing changed? This thing should be updating more. Almost 5 minutes. Oh God, almost 5 minutes between scans. Come on, guys. Another photo opportunity. All right, numbers growing, folks. Keep the numbers growing. I need viewers. And I can use the super chat. For anybody that came late, I had to spend $900 this afternoon because my alternator went out. And I was a long way from home. And through some stroke of luck, I was able to get out here still. All right, we're gonna lose that one. Yep. It's time to move on. Time to move on. Starlink just got cut off. Sorry about the frozen thing there because we had a issue. Let's go rear. There we go. All right. Definitely going to end up back on Highway 36 because it runs to the southeast. I'm just going to kind of dance a little bit and stay ahead of this. Fortunately, on the front windshield, we got a lot of butt splatters, and now the windshield wipers obviously made a bunch of streaks and stuff. So it's an ugly view out my front window right now. And we got a water droplet on the rear cam, so but you can still see that's fine. Yep. Yeah. This is a response to another message I have. Yeah. And I'm just saying, yeah, yes, I had to spend $900 today. No, even when I say it, it still upsets me. I can see the road very well. That looks like a place I might want to turn around and stop at real quick. All clear, all clear, all clear for 180. Yes, all clear. Right front. something here. Take care of this. Just saw Rain-X, just having a C Rain-X over there. I do not use Rain-X. I will not use Rain-X. It leaves a film on my windshield that is just terrible when in the dark. I do not like it, so I won't use it. Now, maybe it's come a long way since then, but I don't want to use that. It's not going to keep these Texas bugs off our windows anyway. Let me try to repair the device. Okay, got that back. Okay. How we doing? Down to 34. Our numbers were going up, now we're down to 34. Definitely got an outflow thing going on here. All right, I am going to go get back down to 36. Clear right, clear left. Rear. I think it's Hamilton that has the Sevco on the east side, so perhaps I'll stop there and get my front window cleaned off. The windscreen is, as many of you refer to it as, you know, us Texas boys, we refer to it as a windshield, but we all know the same thing. Just like we know what a bonnet is on a car in another country, right? Here we call it the hood. But yes, there are some serious bug splatters on the front windshield. It's not this light, but the next one that I have to turn at. Light's green, we can go. Yeah. Don't get me started on traffic issues again with the light turning green, and I have to sit there stationary behind 7 cars, and I don't get to move for the first 15 seconds after the light turns green. Have any good views here. Unless this one catches, well, we'll catch the courthouse, part of the courthouse. Hamilton County, Hamilton, Texas. There you are. Now, I am going to switch the camera here in a second. I'll go ahead and do it now. If you can see through all that. I do stop and eat at this upcoming restaurant from time to time. And of course you're going to see why I want to show you what the name of it is. Some of you probably know. Many of you probably don't. We're coming up on it. Since there's no one behind me, I can maybe slow myself down just a little bit to let you get a view of it. The sign is coming up on the left. See that sign right there? Storm's famous Texas food. They've got good fries too. I like their like, you know, regular cut fries. They're pretty good. They're not healthy for you, but they're pretty good. All right. Go here and I'm just gonna sit right up here and I'm gonna clean my window off right quick. Always helps if you turn the windshield wipers off before you do this, right? Okay, and also, I just had the big wind shift. You can see the trees moving there. This is outflow. This is outflow. Anybody behind me? Not. Alright. Oh, dude. I guess I'll have to keep going here because this guy just backed out and caused me a little bit of a problem. I can see the dust kicking up so much right now because it already blew through. Now, I got a couple of options here. Let me put rear camera on. I got a couple of options here. I could go back and take that south highway down to Event. But I'm thinking I'm probably just going to go ahead and stay with this one. Let me look at the velocities before I do anything here. Okay. Let me take those shear markers away so I can see better. I think I'm going to go continue with this path here. reasons I don't want to take that south road down to Evan is because you're going to get up in there in an area where you're southwest, southeast of Evan, you don't have any options, really a whole lot of options there. So you're going to get into the area with the military base and everything else, so I'm just going to go ahead and go this way. This $900 alternator bill is probably going to put a little bit of a stop on some of my future days out. It's right out my driver's side window. Clean my window and already get a bug splatter and a windshield wiper got it. Oh gosh. I'm just east of, maybe about 3 or 4 miles east of Hamilton, Texas. Heading east right now. The south option may not have been a bad idea. Because inevitably I'd probably end up at the same location 30 miles down the road. So, do with this. I might make a little stop up here on this ridge up here. Get another view of this. It's up here on the hill. I don't know if I can see over the hill though, back to the northwest. Maybe we'll check it out and see. Front camera back on this here in just a second. Well, I'll tell you what we can do. We can do this and this. And give you a couple of ways of looking here. I mean, this is the view right out my driver's side window, and then this is my view at 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock. Might not be a bad photo lot right there. yeah, I figured we'd get used to the severe thunderstorm warning on this one. Okay, we're good? Everything's good there. All right. Yeah, I still would like to see these numbers on the viewers increase. Long way to go to target. Let's go back here. Check my velocities real quick, see what we got going on. There's nothing screaming at me here. Let's see, that's looking at an elevation of 5,500 feet roughly. By the way, incidentally, the tornado warning out west is gone. There is some rotation back in there, right to the south of, is it Olin? I think it is. Right to the south-southeast. Right to the south-southeast of Olin. And that would be right in there. Okay. Right inside that little notch.
Great job, bro! Beautiful footage.
Where?
Oh, are you Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you watching it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, bro.
You bet. Did you hear me? Did you hear my story?
I live in Hamilton.
Oh, okay. Did you hear my story for the day? I was in.
What happened?
When I came through. When I went through Comanche, I started getting. Dang, what am I looking for? Word.
Hail?
Charging system failure.
Oh shit.
This was early. This was like 1 o'clock outflow, and I made it to Comanche.
Yeah.
I made it to Brownwood. Stopped at O'Reilly's. I ended up spending $900 getting an alternator replaced.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't realize this thing was, sometimes. Oh.
Oh, I don't mind talking to somebody for a minute here. Okay, I don't mind. If you're watching it, you're going to see yourself. Well, I'm not going to be here too terribly long either.
I try to go behind the camera.
Oh, that's okay. I've got the front one on now.
Now, the thing was, I've been here for nearly 40 years, since a kid growing up. And there was a time when this storm system came right for Hamilton and she did the split. And then in 92, there was a EF2 that took out an oak tree and body slammed it where the Sonic is.
Oh, really?
So I got my radar on my phone.
Well, you see
Oh,
everything here, and here's like
let's give a
this,
shout
this
out.
switches to that. I can switch rear camera, I can switch front camera, I can bring up, show everybody what the radar looks like that you've seen. So, yeah.
Tell David, Lawnmower Man TX said hi.
Oh, okay.
Because I had to say I was from Pottsville.
Oh, I see. Stephanie, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Holy, is it doing an updraft?
Oh yeah, whole thing. I'm watching this area right here that might be going towards Cranfield's Gap. Gap.
Cranfield's Gap. Yeah, that's right along Highway 22.
Yeah, because there's a notch right there, and
Yeah, I see it.
when I go to the velocity, there's a little something in here. There's
Holy,
rotation in there.
I don't know it. I lost touch of some friends out there, but I told all my friends out toward Alexander and Heiko, well, in that area.
Yeah, and it's got
I got a cousin that lives in Cranfield Gap. Okay, I guess that's Jason, huh?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Oh.
But yeah, I've got multiple data connections in here, as you can see right here.
Oh, yeah.
These are all bonded in connections. It Starlink's in the back and all the land-based data stuff. So it ain't cheap.
Huh?
It ain't cheap.
Hmm?
It is not cheap
I know.
to keep all this going.
Well,
So yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen.
lucky $2 bill.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Just tell David that Lawnmower Man gave you a $2.
Okay.
Yeah, a $2 super chat.
Okay. Good deal. You got your phone with you?
Oh.
Oh, you're leaving your truck? Yeah, I'm going to be moving out here pretty soon. Just wondering. Okay, so you're watching that.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Oh, okay. See, mine's on YouTube too.
Okay.
Just look for Bobcat Storm Chaser. I'm on there too. I'm not commenting on there because I'm not watching that. I got my own thing going on.
What do you want me to do?
But yeah, I've got a stream on YouTube too. It's on. He may be taking it from time to time and switching to me, but I have one of my own.
That's you right there, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. That's Jason.
Yeah,
He's over on the north end, right?
I don't know where he is. But I've got a YouTube channel too, so he's pulling my stuff from my YouTube channel. That's what he's doing. So Bobcat Storm Chaser, that's me.
Oh.
But I'm not commenting there. I'm not watching that.
Yeah, you're busy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
Okay, I saw that chat. Coleman. My gosh, I can't even remember where Coleman is right now. I know it's out the west of me. Let me find Coleman. Oh my gosh. Come on, Bob. I know where Coleman is. Why can't I find it? I cannot find Coleman. Yeah. It is. I'm fixing to get wet because my window's down. I'm fixing to have to move. Oh, it's ugly. Nah, but it's better than nothing. It's hanging in there. You better knock on some wood because I'm fixing to. I'm gonna knock on some wood because it's doing fine. Yep. Oh, did you go south from? You went south from Hamilton. Well, yeah. I know. It's just something about that place, isn't it? I just hate going down there because you got to deal with the darn base. You know, just areas you can't get to. That's what I don't like about it. So, yeah. Well, I'm going to continue southeast. I am watching something that's a little bit interesting just to my north, though. A little bit of a... Let me get my velocity back up here. I should be running up. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, under the right conditions, you know, once we get, what time is it now? I don't even know what time of day it is. Five's almost, oh, okay. Well, this thing could run into something. The thing is too, you know, it's not getting starved for energy. There's nothing down here cutting off the flow to it. But it has gone, a couple of places I could tell, you know, it's gone a little outflow dominant, but yeah, okay, okay. Because where I was just, yeah. Well, you never know. Those little subtle nuances that can make things happen. All right, bud. See ya. Thanks. Thanks. All right. Oh, dude, stay on your side of the road, will you? That wasn't me. That was the other guy. He was kind of to almost on the yellow line. Okay, I'm sorry about the reflections right now. I got multiple things going on here right now. Okay. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can stop up here. If there's room. This is a great vantage point from up here. I can get the look at that, man. It's just, isn't that awesome? Beautiful storm. Unorganized as all get out, but beautiful. I'm gonna, hopefully these people don't mind me using their big parking area here for me to turn around. Get you a frontal view. You actually get you a panning view coming up here. Voila, there you go. There you go, there you go, there you go. All right, keep the numbers growing. Keep the super chats coming. Is anybody just tuned in? I had a $900 hickey earlier this afternoon having to do a whole alternator went out, alternator replacement, mobile mechanic, the whole 9 yards, 900 and change. Yeah. Bob is not a happy guy today. So I'm just gonna make the best of it. That's out my left window. That's at my 10 o'clock. Photo opportunity here without a car in the shot. Got it. Okay, I don't have outflow dominance right here particularly, but I still think this is outflow dominant. So that's why that card, you ever get a card tangled up in your seatbelt and you can't figure out why you don't have enough slack? Well, it just happened to me. I think I'm gonna have to get the charging port replaced on that. Let's see, how's that one doing? I'm doing good? Nah, we're good. Yeah, we've got a windmill going over here. Yeah, windmill, right there. Okay, where is this? Directly north of me. That's got to be some kind of cluttered mess of something. I can actually see the rotation over there. I don't expect this to do anything. I mean, it's possible, but right up in here, it definitely looks like there's a little spin going on right there where the lightning bolt just came down. Bit. All right, numbers are growing. That's great. Appreciate you guys dropping in. Please subscribe. Drop in a super chat if you can. I would appreciate that. After the $900 bill I had to pay for an alternator, I hate to keep repeating that, but for anybody new that has just joined, that is what happened to me this afternoon. So that's why I'm not a real happy guy right now. Location update, I am halfway between Hamilton, Texas and Jonesboro, Texas. Sitting here right on Highway 36 right now. And I don't think I'm going to be here much longer, actually. Yeah, I'm going to be moving on here pretty quick. Just wondering if anything will happen later when we get, what time of day is it right now? I mean, 6:02. We get a little low-level jet support maybe later. I didn't look and see if that was going to be particularly strong today. I don't think so, but nevertheless, you know, you never can tell with these. Okay, the hail size just north of me. Let's do this mathematically, okay, not just what the number says. Okay, the 100% probability that is 3-inch hail up there, but that's at over 5,000 foot elevation scan, so it's not going to be as big hitting the ground. And just looking at my mapping here too, that highway going north out of Hamilton, Texas right now is very slow traffic and actually stopped traffic at places because that highway right now is in the heart. Actually, the bigger core has actually moved east of the highway a little bit now, but that's what's happened to the traffic over there. Big, huge slowdown. I'm thinking some people may have gotten into the hail, obviously, and that's the thing, you know, some people just don't know what they're driving into. But, oh, I should have been recording. Actually, let me turn this other recording device on. There we go. Just record for 2 minutes on that. Yeah, I'm gonna move on. That bigger hail core will actually be just north of Jonesboro in about 35 minutes. I'm probably only about 15 minutes from there. Let's make sure we're good here. Yeah, that still works, okay. Yeah, as soon as the cross traffic clears, I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Clear to go. All right, hopefully, I mean, you're gonna probably see a reflection on this that kind of can't be helped at the present time, but I'll try to get some of it out of there if I can. It's about the best I can do with that left view camera right now. Let's see. Again, this particular thing is not made for big motion stuff, so driving, there's going to be little freeze-ups and whatnot on there, but it does a pretty good job. At least you can see what's going on. Yeah, let's go to the rear view here quickly. Not much to see back there right now. Let's go back here. Put my arm in the right place, I can cover up some of those glares. Well, finally got over 100 viewers, looks like. I wonder if we can add to that. This is going to be ongoing for several more hours. No tornado warnings. Is there a room up here somewhere? If I have to see one. I'll get you a view in a second. Switch to front. Look at that, man. That, ladies and gentlemen, is definitely a hail core. And I'll switch you. Well, I'll give you this view right here, and I can give you that view right there. But let me take it more towards that hail core. I'm going to take a moment to step out, stretch my legs a little bit. Actually, let me grab this camera real quick. this right back here. That's outflow dominant right there. That thing is really punching out, really nosing out. Go here pretty quick. Put it back in the mount. All right. There you saw it. Just get one foot over here. Camera. Okay, got that. Still got power going to that. I need to get power back to this. Camera's going to shake a little bit because I'm plugging it in. All right, right now I am just to the northwest of Jonesboro, and it's getting close to that moment that I'm going to move on. We got another cell that's popped up around Gatesville. It's going to move up, and that's going to merge into this. So, all right, let's move on. All clear. All right. Rear camera. Let's go back to this view over here. Try to hide the glare, try to hide the reflections. I need to get just to the other side of Jonesboro, Texas, just so I'm heading more southeast. Severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. I'm just going to assume that it's for this one right now because it hasn't populated yet, but it could be for the stuff out west still too. It's really irrelevant because what we have is what we have right now, right here. Rear view is pretty dark, isn't it? All right, what's this little cell marker? Coming out of Gatesville, cell coming up, blowing up. it will move north of the highway once I get down there. And I'm interested in this little cell merger thing and what could possibly happen with that. Comes in at the right spot. Alright, Jonesboro, Texas is the current location. Very small community here. The traffic on the highways back in that mass of stuff back there. Just a quick radar look. There's you a quick radar look. I'll leave it there for 5 seconds and we'll go back. Yeah, that traffic back there is just all slow moving, man. They were in a mess. Hopefully nobody got windows busted out, but I'd be inclined to think that maybe somebody did. We still got carrying a 3-inch. Oh, we got a 4-inch marker on the southern. All right, let's stop here in Jonesboro and let's do a little check of that hail size. Where is that store? I thought there was a store here. Hey, I might have passed it. I don't know. Yeah, I passed it. Imagine that. I passed by the store where I was going to stop. No, I'm thinking that was Justine. I'm thinking about where there was a store. So. Okay, I still want to stop and I want to get an idea here what kind of hail size we're actually looking at with this because it's behind me. I think I can safely do it right here. Blinker on, everybody knows where I am. Let's just check the view real quick. Look out that way. We got to go back. No, we're not going to get a view there. We'll stay here. All right, let me check this hail size. Okay. 4-inch hail, at an elevation of 6,000 feet. So that's not going to be 4-inch hail hitting the ground. As a matter of fact, we're getting to the point where I'm going to start looking at this from a different radar. So I want to look at it from here. And this is actually going to end up being a higher elevation scan, but the storm is moving closer to the radar. So see that hail size on that, it's looking way up there. Well, it's at 6,000 something feet too. It's not showing a 4-inch hail marker. Okay, it's only showing a 1-inch hail marker. Nevertheless, it still looks like there might be it almost still looks like this thing could have an inflow notch going on. Let's check the velocities real quick. There's definitely some rotation of broad and some strong, actually broad, and it looks kind of strong at that elevation anyway, but there's nothing there that's going to tell me tornado. So despite having that little notch trying to come into play right there, what looks like a notch directly to my northwest, I'm not overly concerned about that at the moment. So let's proceed. I'm just trying to stay in a spot here where, let me show you what I got going on here. Let me take this in a couple of notches though. All right, on the radar right here, you can see my location right there. All right. Oddly enough, there's not a new severe thunderstorm warning on this yet. There should be. There definitely should be. Nevertheless, you can see my location right there between big storm and then the cell that is blown up to my southeast, and it's moving northerly. So I'm just kind of wondering what might happen with that when that merges. How you doing, folks? Yeah, looks like Super Chat's got a long way to go. If you can, I would appreciate it. Help me pay for the transmission. Yeah, I had the transmission thing exactly 1 month ago. April 10th, I picked it up, $8,033.38. Today, Brownwood, Texas, on my way to there, I had an alternator go out. I barely made it there. Had to get a mobile mechanic, had to buy a new alternator, spend another $900. So, I'll stop there. I think that says enough. And I'm still on that. Okay. Get you back to some video there. How goes it? How goes it? How goes it? Kind of debating whether I'm going to drive through this little cell that's popped up north of Gatesville or not, and just wait for that merger to happen. We'll see. I don't think this is quite the right scenario for a merger to do something, but it is at least something to watch. Hey, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, I just started that. I appreciate you. I just started that just a few days ago. So what the heck, just go ahead and do it. I'm not going to keep it simple and keep it at one level for now. Okay, 6:23 p.m. We still have over an hour and a half of daylight remaining. Now, what I can show you too is right here, flip over to the 2 o'clock view right there. That's the other cell that has popped up north of Gatesville, Texas. It's going to move up in and merge with this thing, I think. Unless it turns east, it could. We'll see. Far enough ahead right now, I may just kind of, if I can get up on this hill up here and find a location to kind of pull off, I'm going to let this turn a little bit and just keep watching. In reality, this is really not very organized. I'm going to end up driving into it here. It's kind of unavoidable right now because the highway drives right into it. Now, this is going to cut off my visibility. too. Won't be long, I'll be out of it. Starlink is offline, so it's coming back now. I got out of the heavier stuff, looks like, but so my land-based data stuff is trying to take over, or actually, it's still going to have problems. It's renegotiating. It'll get its act together here in a minute. The land-based data was getting a little bit flaky there as well. Why do we not have a new script on this? We should. This is actually towards the dive a little more south. It almost looks like. We'll get clear of this and this little cell moves farther to the north. Maybe we'll get some better views back in here. I do want to get off the highway here if we can. There's just nowhere to do so. Crossroad coming up here. Yeah, this heavy downpour has created road ponding as well. So I've been taking it really easy because of that. Switch you guys front camera. So that mass of what you see is the cell that formed right here. Let's go to radar real quick to show you what's going on. Take you in really closer. Alright, I'll put myself about center bottom screen. Excuse me, center bottom part of the screen. You can see that cell that just formed. It's coming up. And it's going to merge up into this one. And it's going to go in right on the north or the eastern side of that notch. So let's just take a little look here real quick. Nothing screaming, rotation there. I mean, there's some, but nothing screaming. Well, at least getting into the rain, the windshield wipers took all the bug splatter off my windshield again. That's a bonus. Yeah, the highway from Hamilton to Jonesboro, which I just came down. So you may recall I just passed through Jonesboro just a few minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, maybe. Massively slow traffic through that stretch right there now because they're almost in the heart of that storm right there. Okay, so I'm going to have to make a decision. 84 is probably not going to be a good idea. because that would take me back up towards, let me get you back on camera. That would take me over to, yeah, it goes northeast. I'd go to McGregor, and I could always drop south at McGregor, but if this thing continues diving south, that's not going to work out real well. Let me look at the big picture here for a little bit. Oh yeah, the stuff from the west is actually starting to catch up. It's moving on. That stuff there is still an hour away from San Saba. It looks like that's just turned into a big Boeing segment type deal where you'd have wind. I mean, this is all going to merge together eventually, and I think, you know, as that occurs, that's when we're going to really start looking at the possibility of some big wind events, possibly 70 miles per hour or better. We're going to get a new warning on this right now. It's finally. Yeah, so we've got the new severe thunderstorm warning on this right now. You see it populate. Boom, there it is. Boom, there it is. All right, you got it. All right. Good. All right. Let's see, remote view, I got to get that one back online again. Yeah, the way this is oriented is just not, I can't get a good visual on this at the moment. So, I don't know why the brightness on this thing keeps changing. Bluetooth, display and brightness. The display and brightness just seems to keep wanting to go back to nil, and I don't know why. True tone automatically, just night shift off, auto lock, no, raised wake, no. Night shift. That's off. What does that do? Like true tone. I don't know why it's doing that. In any case, that's the way it's going to stay. But let me get this. Get this back online again. I think I lost it because of the interruption in Starlink data when I was in that heavy rain, and even though it's just using the Wi-Fi network inside here through the Starlink system, not sure why that would occur, but it did. Alright, so now we can get a left side view, which is not showing you a whole lot, really. All right, it's not a lot there. Let's minimize that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, since I know I'm going to stay on this highway, I want to look at my, high-res velocities on this. Let's go high res. And what do we have? Nothing. There's definitely some still broad rotation back there, though. There is no doubt about that. And this is merging now, so let's just see what happens. Good thing I got all the bugs off the window. The windscreen. Make sure rear's good, rear good. Yep, we're good there, we're good there, and we're good there. You can see those rain bands falling out of that. few cell that's really blown up over there around Goldthwaite. I want to stay here a bit, and I want to study this and see what's going to happen. Going back to the mapping options. There's just not a lot of options. Not a lot of options. Problem is we got the military base down there to the south side of Highway 84, or if you want to look at it, to the south of Highway 36. And you just can't go through there. You are cut off. There's only a certain number of ways around. And we're down to, numbers are dropping. Oh, sorry. Don't have those great views right now. Look out the left window. Okay, that was a tour group in like little minivans, and they honked at me, so I think the driver knew who I was. Hey, thanks for another joining member. I appreciate you. It's in the infancy. It'll get better with time, but thank you, I appreciate that. I don't even remember what I set that at. I set it pretty low, I think. Just still trying to build. I hadn't been doing this YouTube streaming like my buddy Daniel for 2 decades. I've just been doing it. This is only my 2nd season of doing this, actually. I didn't start this up really until last April. And unlike him, I'm not out here all the time. So let's see. Yeah, don't go there. Okay, I saw that. I saw that. Y'all are never going to let me live that down with that truck driver coming up to me that day. All right, what's our new warning? Our new warning is okay. They're going to warn the one to the west that I was mentioning just a minute ago over at Goldthwaite. Severe thunderstorm warning on that cell now too. Real quick switch over. You'll see it populate left side of the screen over there. Boom. Who is calling me? We'll go front. Let's go here. Who is calling me? Oh, nobody was calling me. Why am I getting a critical thing, imminent threat alert from the National Weather Service over my cellular stuff? Because I've got that stuff turned off. Because I get that information way before they even send it out. Yeah, upon issuance, I get it within 2 seconds. And now this thing's just now telling me, I don't know why, I have to go check and see if some update or something turned that back on, because I have it all turned off. I don't use it. I've got a quicker means of getting my information. Of course, not everybody has that, but I do. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you a little quick one here. 2 weeks ago, there was a severe thunderstorm warning that I already knew about. 5 minutes later, and I was actually on a radio, so I was listening to the radio at that time, and music radio, of course, FM. All right, so I was listening to that. 5 minutes after I knew the warning already was put out, it comes across the radio network, you know, the warning thing, and then the how they talk about what, you know, severe thunderstorm warning. I knew it 5 minutes ago, for whatever that's worth. Okay, Jackie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's pulling off my media feed, so that's all good. That's all good. I actually need to do something here, so y'all just bear with me while we wait. Just a bit. Let's see what this is going to do. I've got to make a change on a setting on this device. That. Let's turn that off. Okay, that's real interesting. I cannot change. I cannot change the how come my auto lock does not give me the option to change it? Oh well. Right now is not the time to worry about it, I guess. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. We're back online with that one? Yep. Okay, let's minimize that screen. Alright. Alright, what do we have going on here? The merger has occurred. Let's go over here and look again on my velocity scan. Okay, why did that time out? 641? 643. Okay, that's all fine. That's all good. Okay, and there's nothing on velocities that has me interested. And we're not seeing any good structure shots here either right now. So it's gotten a little messy. And the fact that this merging cell coming in from the south came up in there, it's kind of it is somewhat, well actually has quite a bit, has disrupted the view. The views earlier were so much better. Just checking fuel, 277 miles to empty. I have spent $112 on fuel today. 112 on fuel, 900 on an alternator. Why do I have to keep saying that? Oh gosh. Let's take a look at the radar real quick, show you what's going on. These cells that are exploding down on the bottom right side of the screen, they are, I mean, there's a lot of cape down here today. A lot of cape. Because that one of them right there to the, right there at Burlington, Texas, which is south of Waco, Texas, let's put it that way, or east of Belton, Texas, Temple, Texas, east. I mean, it went from nothing to boom, all of a sudden, hail mark. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning all the way over to the northeast of Houston. It's interesting. We do have an extended severe thunderstorm watch that includes San Antonio, Texas now as well. And back over close, actually the county that borders my property. I'm thinking that eventually we'll have severe thunderstorm watch extended more east. Let me get focused back on what's going on here. I'm fixing to get into a little bit of rain. We've got a little more stuff coming in from the south. It's not going to be the leading edge of the bigger stuff right now is just to my northwest. So I won't be staying here a whole lot longer actually. And this has been recording the whole time. Let's turn that off. There's nothing really good to see in this right now because of everything being obscured. Good. Okay, what is this right here north of Gatesville? Right north of Gatesville, where that merger occurred, there is a little interesting looking thing on velocity right there. Get this big ass, oh gosh. How do you get these notifications? I don't know why I got that notification. I should not be getting those. Okay, I don't know why that's still there. I can't get it off. It does not give you the option to take that off. I don't know. Can't do anything about it, I guess. Alright, so let's see. Everything data-wise is still good. Alright. There's a couple of areas of interest on velocity here that, and I'm looking at high res on the second screen over here, but let me see if I can pull it up on here and see if I can point out what I'm looking at. It may be erroneous information, but we're going to take a look at it anyway. All right, let me stop on the last frame. Okay, here's my location right here. This right here, which would be right about where the front camera is pointing, but I don't see anything there. Okay, and then there's another little area right over here to my west-northwest. Just to the north. Okay, why did the stream drop? The stream dropped, okay? Stream dropped. Stream dropped. I don't know how much of that you got, but there's a couple little areas I'm kind of watching here. All right, so put this back in motion. It's going to catch up. I'll go back to front camera, which is looking at that area that I was actually seeing, and I'm close to the storm. That's probably why. Oh, you know what? It actually looks like a funnel over there. Let's see. What's that right there? What is that? The rain's gonna hide it, I'm afraid. And that is exactly where that little feature was I was looking at on the Super Res. I can still see it. There's some movement there. Definitely is some movement there. Yep, we were looking in the right spot. I'm going to lose it though. I'm not going to be able to see it. I'm really going to get hosed by another cell that's coming up out of from my. It's just right off my right rear. I'm not going to be able to see because of that too. Okay, that's gusting out, and that was an inflow right there. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Excuse me. Drive-in dust. Okay, I've lost sight of that. I cannot see it anymore. And I'm certainly not going to be able to see it here in just a minute because this other little cell's creeping up on me here. I'm going to get some heavy rain here shortly. I'm going to go ahead and get on with the service in Fort Worth and tell them I did see a funnel. NWS, NWFO, Fort Worth. That would be northwest. I'll do NNW. There's an area to my west too that I'm watching. Okay, I just sent that to the Fort Worth Weather Service office, and I'm going to go ahead and get on the move here. I don't know what kind of views I might can get for you in this situation. The rear view, not much to see there, and this one's going to be a little... Alright, stream back. Okay, this view is going to be a little sloppy, but that's at least it's pointed towards the direction I need it to, and I'll just leave it at that, and I apologize for any reflections that you're going to see because there's so much stuff in here. There's going to be reflections. Yeah, there's definitely rotation right behind me here too. Now it's a little bit of a slow trek getting through Huntsville, Texas. I mean Gatesville, Texas. Why am I thinking Huntsville? Both of them have prisons, right? Yeah, so yeah, try to play a little bit of safe, make sure I can get away. Oh, this thing is really intensified right here. I'm fixing to... I think the heaviest part of that new cell right there is going to pass just behind me if I can keep going here. If we can turn back this way. Be very cautious of hydroplaning. picking up a few little pieces of hail here now too. Got the back window, there's really not a lot there that you can see, so we'll just leave it over here. Should be getting out of this within the next minute or so. Another hailstone. Another hailstone. Yeah, I'm getting a few hailstones here again. Like I said, I'd be out of it in a minute. I have successfully gotten out of it. Got another merger thing going on. How are we doing on velocities over there? We still have something due west of me that's kind of got my interest a little bit. Yep, right to my west. See how the rear view is looking. See how much time I might have if I was to stop here. Because once I get past here, it's pretty much tree land, and there's not really any good viewpoints. Unfortunately, I've got a auto droplet on the back camera, but maybe it'll work its way off here in a minute. Okay. Yada 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 yada. Okay. Slow down. I'm good. I have no one behind me. Perhaps I will make a stop because the highway that I'm going to take is going to continue going southeast. So it won't be hard for me to stay ahead of this. The only thing I have to watch for is for something else to potentially develop ahead that could go big fast. first thought was go to this little Burger King over here. It's a place that I used to stop from time to time on trips back, and front camera, front. And they have closed the place down. So I know their parking lot is free. Actually, I'm going to use the CVS, no, the Walgreens. I'm going to use the Walgreens parking lot to look back at this. Just be ready to go when I need to. That is streaming that way. Okay, we're looking due north right now, actually. Area of interest doesn't look as interesting right now, but still it was due west of me, so it would be out my left. It would be right out here somewhere. But I think it may be erroneous. I'll give you a view out there real quick anyway. This whole thing is turning. We've got stuff coming in from the right side or the east side, moving in. Everything on the west side is moving down. It's moving up. Left side's moving down. Whoa, wait a minute. Let me go check something out. I gotta see it. I got a tree blocking me. Would that be the area between the trees to the west that I was watching? It sure would be. Terrible view right there, though. Let's see here. Let's go back to rear. If I go in the front of the Walgreens, I'm not going to be able to see that area back to my west. Raindrops coming in my window, I gotta put it up. Yeah, this is not working out quite particularly well right now as far as views. Okay, so let's do this. Let's just go in circles. How about that? That up there to my north, though. What's that doing? There's still a little rotation. There's still some rotation right up there. I'm gonna turn around here and I'm gonna watch that for a minute still. Okay, that's moving left to right. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, no, that can't be correct. Nothing to that. I gotta be sure to keep an eye on my south. Now I got another cell popped up back to my southeast, so I'm gonna be driving right towards that. Funny, that's funny too. Yeah, I don't see all the chats, but I try to glance over there when I can. Honestly, I'm really not looking for a tornado out of this, but you know, you never know. I'm just keeping an eye on velocities, and there's nothing on velocities right now that are, you know, screaming at me. But there was a couple of things there that were, you know, kind of making me think, okay, well, let's watch this a little bit. It's a little bit interesting. You get some crazy returns sometimes in this area from the radars. Yeah, this is really starting to move. Okay, what do we got? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's well away. That morning is well away from everything back southeast, near east of, we're right there at Conroe, Texas, but that's a long way from here. I'm not concerned with that. Maybe time to move on here pretty quick. Yeah. It is time to move. All right, let's get going. All clear. I am really hungry too. We'll have to go rear. Yeah. Get off of my lens, water droplets, please. Let's see how that view looks. We have, what in the heck? We have a big inflow coming in right here. Okay, a huge inflow. I just drove through. I don't know if the rear camera would actually show it. You can see that kind of hazy, dusty look at it. Yeah, there's a big inflow right there. It's weird. Well, not weird, but it's flowing right into what you see on the screen now. Yeah, this was not really going to be a tornado day. It's going to be more of a hail, mainly later on probably a wind event type deal. But tornadoes were possible. There was no doubt about that. And obviously there were tornado warnings earlier, farther out west. There was a narrow corridor in there that looked like tornado potential was evident enough, and sure enough, it did occur in that area. And the deal with what's going on right now, I know I'm not expecting a tornado, but then again too, we're at past that 7 o'clock hour, and I didn't look to see what the low-level jet was going to be doing today, so there could be some enhancements of the possibility still. And I did see a funnel a while ago, I'm pretty sure, because it matched up perfectly with what I was seeing on velocity scans. So it's not likely, but you can't say it's not possible. And that's a lot of times that's the way I like to look at things. What's possible, although it may not be probable. You got to prepare for possibility. So yeah, that's nice. I don't know what the rear, what's the rear going to show us right now? It's going to show us that side of it. Yep, okay, that one's going to show that. So I'm passing the Fort Cavazos military base right now. And this is the area I mentioned. It's to my right and to my south. It's an area that, there's no road. You can't go on the base. You can't cut through the base. You have to stay. Okay, why are you frozen? Okay, well, we got a frozen camera. Okay, let's go here. Let's see if we can't unfreeze this camera. Initialized. It's coming back. Let's see if that view is still there. And away it is. Still get a little bit of a view there. Okay. So I think I can get up here to this next community called Flat. Now I'm going to end up running into another developing cell that is I might end up having to punch through another little cell, and it's probably going to try to grow up scale on me a little bit here, and I wouldn't be surprised to run through a little bit of hail with it. Rear camera. Not really good views. Okay, get up back up to 70 miles per hour here. Still need share the stream. Let's get some more viewers in here if we can. I know I'm not going to reach that target today, but I had to set it after spending $900 on an alternator. I had to do it. Today's outing's costing me over $1,000 because of that. Easy, because not only that, it's the data. It's the fuel, it's the data, and everything else. Alright. I had a little vibration in that camera. Okay, and I don't know if we should, I should be able to show you, looking off that direction, that is the little cell that's blown up. And it really is blown up, that I'm about to have to punch through here in just a minute. Now I want to look and see. Okay, hail core. All right. Okay. Yeah, there's no way around it, I am going to have to go through it. So let's switch back over here. Get into this heavy rain here. I was going to say shortly. That's pretty shortly, right? Yeah, I'm going to slow it down a little bit. That's not going to show you much. Rear view, not going to show you much. This is not a good spot to have good views anyway. How's that little cell doing? I'm just about to go through it. Yeah. I think we'll be alright. I see the edge of it off to my right. I think I'm gonna we're gonna be good. We're good. Out of this here shortly. Give me about a minute or 2 minutes, I'll be out of this. Actually, this is where I was going to stop. Well, it's going to clear me anyway if I stop here. It will clear me. Could run into Dollar General here. That's where I'm at, Dollar General parking lot. Could run into Dollar General and get me a snack. Actually, I think I had some Pringles left in the back. I might have to chow down on those just to hold me for a while. Alright, let's go back to front. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the few Pringles I have left in this can. At least that'll hold me for a while. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning on this entire complex. Getting some hail right now. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning right there. It's going to pop up. Boom, warning the whole thing. Alright, so we got hail. Not big. Might see them bounce off the hood there a little bit. unnecessarily. Velocities are totally unimpressive. I sat in this very spot about 3 years ago, looking right in that direction of a tornado out there. It dissipated right before it got here. What was that, 3 years ago maybe? Oh wow, there is a big, hold on, I gotta check something. There's an outflow boundary heading west from the cell that was over at Highway 77. That's going to be to the south of Waco, basically. Big outflow boundary heading out to the west from there. The stuff out to my west, we're starting to move along at a pretty good clip. Take a look at the wind. Oh yeah, there's some serious winds out there. And that's what this should have transitioned to for sure. Transition to a damaging wind event. Now if you hear that crunching, that's me and my Pringles. It's a matter of survival. I should have eaten earlier, but I was just so bent out of shape by having to spend all that money. Potentially being stranded. There's actually some more hailstones starting to fall here. Okay, it's about, one hadn't hit my truck yet, but I see them hitting the concrete. I don't know if you'll see any of them, but okay. Tell you what I can do. See if we can do the camera here. Oop, boom. All right, let me see if I can catch one of those hitting the ground here. You can see a couple of them there. There's a few of them hitting the concrete out here. About maybe ½ inch. Well, I finally got hit by one. No, I do not think you have a tornado chance in Gatesville. Based on the velocities I'm looking at, I don't think so. Okay. That was just the tail inside of dropping a little bit of hail. Tail inside of that one cell dropping a little bit of hail here. It's actually trying to back build a little bit. But about 1/2 inch is what we got out of that. Alright, so okay, let's switch back to front. I've got to keep an eye on this stuff surging in from the west. Let me show you radar real quick. Left side of the screen is either south there around Richland Springs, west of San Saba. That's looks like it's picking up some speed. It's racing. There's some pretty good winds in there. Let me just go here. Let me go to velocity. I'll show you. See the blues in there. There's a little bit of wind there, so it's not major. I was looking at 9,400 feet elevation too, but you know, there's going to be some gusty winds coming out of that, headed towards Cherokee, Valley Spring maybe, eventually to Llano. So I don't want to let that catch up with me. Got more hailstones starting to fall. This thing is back building and dropping little hailstones. Okay, let's see, what time of day is it? Well, we don't have a lot of daylight left. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little bit of distance here. Rear, we'll just leave it on rear for now. All right, continuing southeast on Highway 36 from Flat, Texas. We'll go through the Grove. Eventually, I will end up in the Temple, Texas area. Pretty good shot up the left side there. Not much going on back there. Okay, so you want to do that. Okay, we'll stay there. Tell you what, going back a bunch of years I've been doing this, but I used to actually carry a cooler in the back with drinks, and I even carried a loaf of bread. I had lunch meat in the cooler on ice, so I could make a sandwich or whatever. I need to get back to that. You know what? This right up here, get on that. That has really started to fill in. So on the radar, it's really filled in. So before it starts to get pushed back to the southeast, I want to try to get on the next leg of this highway here. Will actually go more southeast, so that's what I want. Because right now I'm pretty much going east. on my left. Well, we got some trees coming up, but that's on my left. Might have some pretty good lightning tonight. I'm a little silent right now. I'm still trying to work on these Pringles to satisfy my empty spot in my stomach right now, and because I did not eat lunch. I was too upset to eat lunch today. Now, growth occurs with the channel here, and I would like it to grow faster, but as that occurs, to get to a certain point, playbacks will probably become a members only thing. But it's still in its infancy, so I'm not going to go too far. It's only actually put up there just maybe a week ago. I think I put up one level of membership thing there, and I'll work on that. It's all a work in progress. Technically, we got 5 out of the 20. Because I had a 50 hit before I even set the goal for the day. Honestly, when I left home today, I simply, okay, well maybe we'll get the fuel costs covered today or something. Well, we ain't covering what this day is costing. Anybody new here? Don't know what happened. Alternator went out in about Comanche, Texas. I made it to Brownwood, Texas. Had to get a new alternator. Had to pay a mobile mechanic to take the old one off, put the new one on. So with that and the fuel expenses thus far today, we are talking about a little over $1,000 that I've had to spend today. No, I did not want to do that. I mean, nobody does. I get it. It had to happen when I was 3.5 hours away from home. Yeah, we definitely are past having, I think with this, tornado threat it's not zero, but it's pretty darn low now. I wouldn't be concerned with that. I think I'd be more concerned with this morphing into a wind event, especially if you're out west at this particular time out there, around Cherokee or Valley Spring, Llano area. You want to watch that too. San Saba, you're going to get scraped by it. Okay, let's do a rear shot for a bit. Rear shot because you're not going to see anything to out my left here because of the trees. So when the trees break, you know, I can switch over, maybe and still catch a little something. Boom, a little bit of something anyway. And then the trees will begin to come back. APRS, no, I'm not going to do that. I am to Red Rock Road. I have an extra class license. I got a big station at my place. I actually have some video on my channel of an event we did back in December. If you want to ever take the time to go watch that, I think it's about 40 or 45 minutes long. It shows what we're doing and shows the radio station and all that good stuff. But still, now my location's out there. I don't know where it shows up. I don't know what people use. I don't know what free, let's say free or even paid phone apps. I'm sure it shows up on some of those. I know some people have said something to me about weather-wise. They found me, you know, looked at my location on there. I guess if you turn it on to Red Omega, it's there. I don't know. I just don't know where all it is. But it is turned on. Okay, let's try to get a shot back. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Now we can go over there. There we go. Now I could stop over here, but I'm going to be on the wrong side of the bridge to where we can actually see the most intriguing part of this. I don't think there's a place on the left. No, I don't want that. Remind me later. Remind me later. I don't care about that. Yeah, there's no place to... You know what? We're going to go down here and see anyway. How about that? That's just going to tell. But I'm pretty sure I won't be able to see anything down there because of the bridge. Let's go front to camera. We'll just have a look-see. I don't think it's going to work out real well, though. The bridge is going to block the view of the best part of all this. Yeah. No, thanks for that gifted membership. Sorry, it's kind of hard for me to keep tabs on everything. Okay. This is I swear this whole complex back to my northwest. I really, the whole thing is just turning. That doesn't mean tornado. Don't start thinking that. It doesn't. I'm just trying to work on these Pringles just to keep myself from starving to death. Oh, wait a minute. There's a road that goes under the bridge. Let me go check that out. Well, there's nowhere to really pull off over here. I might try to, but oh yeah, I can. I sure can. I can. Just let me get myself turned around here. Don't see me on this phone. Okay. Well, I don't know. I really don't know anything about that one. I'm going to be straight up honest. I have been using GR Level 3 for well over a decade. And I mean well over a decade. I know it like the back of my hand. I even know how to write some code for it and whatnot. So it's what I use, and you know, oh gosh, I can't go down there. That is one heck of a drop off right there. We are not going to do that, folks. Nobody behind me. Good. There's nobody over here. All right. Maybe I can just back myself off up in here a little bit. That looks safe. I don't see any bad debris there. That would be bad for my tires. Lord knows I've had enough stuff go wrong today. Ugh. Yeah, regardless on that location thing, many times I do try to announce where I am, and additionally sometimes just when I flip over that radar, it's showing my location. Whoa, but yeah, they put a huge severe thunderstorm warning out on that stuff out to my west. It's going to almost extend to I-35 west of Georgetown. Nice outflow boundary running right across the KGRK radar right now. Moving back to the southwest. Interesting. Oh, hey Dakota, just saw you there. Snook, Texas. Yeah, I mean, back in our neck of the woods, bud, I tell you, I'm not really anticipating anything to be really bad, honestly. Just because of the way the stuff looks now, it's really slow moving, and especially if it really sends out. I mean, it could get totally undercut and just be, you know, you're going to get some wind, heavy rain. You could see some hail, but I wouldn't be too concerned about anything down there. I would think that there would be a severe thunderstorm watch. You're not included in it right now. Bartleson County in particular is not included in it. It's everything west, but Yeah, you could have a severe thunderstorm watch come out later, but this stuff is just starting to really congeal into a big line. And I can kind of show you a bigger picture here real quick. I'll switch over. I'll just put myself about dead center screen so you'll know where I am here. Okay, let me show you real quick. All right, if you see the pointer, I'm right here. So this is turning into a really big, huge mess. And there's that outflow boundary I was speaking of right there, moving back to the southwest. The stuff back off to the southeast, that's generally just triggered by, I think, daytime heating, pop-up storms and whatnot, and there's a lot of CAPE available today, so I don't think I worry too much about them, other than just maybe a little bit of hail possible. All right, severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to get Falls County. Thunderstorm watch. Let's see, which one is that? Okay, they're canceling that back to the northwest. That's fine, as expected. I need to eat a couple of more chips. Yep, nothing on velocity. Looks like outflow's cutting through Colleen and back to the kind of southwest from there. I know I told people back home to look for it around 10 o'clock tonight, and that was that was hours before it even started. That was like 9 o'clock this morning. That still may be close to accurate. Yeah, I figured you meant outflow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be coming through Temple here in a bit. You probably know where I'm sitting. Right here at the bridge, like, what is this lake? I don't even know what this lake is. Okay. I see. Okay, it's a new warning. Yeah. Let's see. Bear with me, I'm looking at some information here. Lake Belton, okay. All right, just trying to look at something. whoops. Turn that switch back on. And we got it. I think I'm gonna hit that Cefco coming into Temple on 36, the one on the right. I definitely need a drink refill. Now let's move a little bit. Let's go to the other side of the bridge, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and continue on. I hate to use the word, but that looks kind of gnarly up there. Yeah. Ground scrapers along the outflow. Okay. Yep, I'm going to kill my velocity screen over here. I don't need to see that. Looks like all the traffic is moving through the Temple area where I need to go just fine. Yeah. Yeah, a large hail threat is even coming down a lot. Got to be a boundary down there south of Highway 290, south of Bastrop, south of Giddings. Just a whole little line of things popping up down there. No, I figured that was. Yeah. I'm almost out of Pringles here. I didn't eat the whole can. I only had about maybe, I'm gonna say 30, 35% filled left in that thing. So that's what I got. Yeah, we'll have some, probably have some good, decent lightning later. Enough going on now. And all these boundary collisions, doesn't it just make life interesting? Okay, I'm checking something. I'm just checking something. Stand by. Yeah, over there in Pflugerville, you're actually going to have a northeast boundary of wind come through. Maybe 30 minutes. Yeah, it's an outflow boundary. Outflow boundary that came off the stuff that was over there along Highway 77. I guess show and tell right quick, all right? How about that? See that outflow boundary right there? All right, there's Georgetown, Round Rock, so Pflugerville's right in here. You got this stuff coming in from the northwest. You got this stuff that's built up in a little line of stuff, like there's a boundary laying there. It's going to come up. It's going to collide with that outflow boundary up there around to Highway 290. All this stuff coming in. It's just, God, the boundaries galore today. You know, keeps life interesting. Boundaries can do crazy things sometimes. Now, I can tell you on the stuff that's racing in from the west, northwest, well, from Pflugerville, basically, yeah, northwest, let's just say. I mean, yeah, it's showing hail. It's showing 2 inch or so, but it's not going to be 2 inch. Even if it comes through there, it's not going to be 2 inch. It's going to melt. It's going to melt down a lot. So it's going to come through there, and possibly if it holds itself together, maybe drop some, but then again, it might not do anything. And I mean, it's just hail at 7,400 feet. Obviously, if you drop something from 7,400 feet that's frozen, and it's going to melt on the way down, right? Oh, hey, Steve. I never even realized that was you. Folks, Steve KJ5T is one of the people that you can see if you go back and look at the 45-minute amateur radio sport competition video that I posted back in January or February, whenever it was. It was from an event we did back in early part of December, where I think we're maybe 2 or 3 second or third in the country, something like that, with the final score result of that event. And actually, all the stuff has been disconnected forever. I haven't had it connected in 3 or 4 weeks, probably. And even then, just a little bit of it was connected. And I still haven't sent that Alpha 99 off to get those pin diodes replaced, by the way. I'm gonna have to put it off, buddy. Because I had to spend $900 today on an alternator replacement while I was in Brownwood, Texas. Just had to get out and stretch my legs for a minute, and then pick out the chips that fell in my driver's seat. Let's say something. Okay. Felt good to stand up for a minute. especially the area that's just I'm at, and you know the stuff is actually kicking in. There's like a big broad rotation thing going on there. Now, if you see that in the screen right there, that is not a funnel cloud. Okay, so don't think it is. All right, so the 2-inch hail marker is going to head to Marble Falls right now, it looks like, but it's not going to be 2-inch hail once again. It's going to be substantially smaller. Now, I want to show you something, and this is a safety concern for me. All right out here, you've got kids out there, right? Playing on the rocks. And there is CG lightning around. It's not running rampant here, but it's present. They should not be out there. It's that simple. They shouldn't be out there. Where'd the other ones go? They ran back somewhere. Oh, I can't see them now. But, young man, that kid's maybe 8 to 10 years old, maybe. You really need to be going and getting in the car. But here's the clincher. It looks like the parents are out here standing in the middle of the open too in lightning. Ah, God bless. Okay. I don't know. Well, I'll show you for a second, just because it's I just don't understand the concept. What are we thinking here? I am going to show you. Got news for the thunderstorm warning from McLennan County. That's up here around Waco. Yeah, street lights. Yeah. Let's see if I can get this going. I'm having a wireless camera problem right now, so I'm trying to resolve that. Okay, let's do it another way. I'm gonna put my window down for when I do that. See if we can get this to come back. I'll tell you what, a wireless camera is not the easiest thing to deal with sometimes. Still trying to pair. Okay, I think we are trying to get there. Okay. Okay, that's set to wide 1.0. Okay, focus down, background mask, good. And this is just not wanting to sync back up for some reason. Let's reopen it. Okay. Well, by the time I got the remote camera back up, okay, so I'll just kind of casually hold this. There's the car that they're supposed to be in right there, okay. That's the car right there. I think they have gotten back in now, and so that's a good thing. So how you doing, remote camera? You working? Let's look over the top. Somebody's got some squeaky brakes. Okay, well, I don't see anybody out there now, so that's all good. I think they all went back in the car. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's see. Put this back in there. All right, now that we got past the safety concerns, yeah, it does do pretty good quality, and it's hard to get equal quality on every darn camera that you connect, and it's just the way it is. All right, so let me get back to my cultivating here. Cell popping up to my south. Cell popping up to my south. Quickly went to a hail marker. And it's going to slowly drift north. Okay, so it is time. I'm going to go ahead and head to that Cefco station, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. Get that drink also. Now, as we get to darkness, the rear camera is going to be on the dark side. It is not a good night camera. But sometimes it really will show the lightning pretty good. It's just that it's a darker, it's just, I'm not gonna, I mean, I could make an adjustment on it, but I am not gonna bother to make an adjustment. It just takes more time and it's not, so see, that's gonna be a little darker, especially once we get to pitch dark tonight. You can watch lightning bolts in a sea of black. How's that sound? Alright, nobody coming, all clear. We're good. We're good. Let's do a little bit of distance. Yep, not gonna make that 20 gold. I guess it was worth a shot. I got a little ways to go before I actually get there, but I will get there. Probably cut it somewhat close to that little cell that's popped up and is going to move north. So, Sanatorium, that's it. Yeah, so you might, you watch out for that one. It's, now we're losing the daytime heating, of course, so that might inhibit it a little bit, but still there's a lot of cape around, so just watch that one sneaking up on you from the south for maybe a little bit of hail here in a little bit. Trying to get a marker, actually it doesn't want to be accurate, but I'm going to say maybe, and I'm talking core, I'm not talking about leading edges or anything. I'm going to say just, I'm going to ballpark it at 20 minutes maybe. Without good reference. Let me put it that way. I'm not using a good reference and trying to estimate the timing of that. Yeah, I figured my day would end about 11 o'clock tonight. And it's still May. Did not anticipate my day having to break down and struggle to get to Brownwood just to see if I could figure out what was wrong or have somebody. I'm not a mechanic, so y'all don't think that. I am not a mechanic. But nevertheless, well, when it went wrong, it went way wrong. Every warning light in this truck came on. I lost my power steering. My brakes weren't working right. And I didn't realize it, but when I came to the first stoplight coming into Brownwood, where I was going to go to O'Reilly's, and get this checked, I did not realize, but when I stepped on the accelerator to move on forward, I could barely get moving. Guess what? This thing was in 5th gear. It stayed in 5th gear. It would not get out of 5th gear. I did not know that an alternator issue such as that, and having a battery voltage that was getting really low, I didn't know that would occur, but it did. And then when I got to the O'Reilly's trying to turn in, it was like I had to use every muscle, all the muscles in my arms just to turn the steering wheel to get myself into the parking lot. I'll tell you what, this little cell that's south of me here, that's going to roll up towards the Temple area, it's really close to the radar too. So if I see a hail marker come up on that thing of like 2 or something or better, I'm going to say you're probably going to get some fairly good sized hail out of it. But that is not a given at this point, of course. Because that thing's looking at like 800-foot elevation at that storm right now, so it's really low level. So if we had a 2 right there right now, I would say you might get a 1.5 inches or something like that. Just think about a hailstone falling from the freezing level, right? So it's falling through warm air. I mean, it's like holding an ice cube and basically hold a blow dryer and move the hailstone or move the ice cube closer to the blow dryer slowly, you know, so you're going to get more heat the closer you get, and it's going to start to reduce in size. It's the same thing as our atmosphere. It's cold up there. Another thing too, I think lapse rates were somewhere around 9 today. 9 degrees C. Well, I think I see the Sefco up ahead. Alright, so I have found the Sefco. Oh my gosh, are they proud of their gas price over here? Jeez Louise, $4.79? No, that's premium. Let's turn right and go in that way. Yeah. Oh, which by the way is owned by Casey's now. They've actually got Casey's up here on. They don't have Sefco on here anymore. They have Casey's. I think I first ran across Casey's when I would stop one time. I said, oh, I didn't know about these. I think I was in Kansas or something. Anyway, what was I? I lost my train of thought. So I have found the Casey's now here on the northwest side of Temple. Case in point, straight ahead, there it is. Let's see, so I think I will just park right over here for the moment. And I'm gonna go get that drink. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go get that drink. Let me check this real quick. What do we got going on here? Okay, this one also is back building towards Holland. That one I got the hail in earlier that wasn't big, half-inch. It also back built, and it back built, and I got hail. So, oh, welcome to the wonderful world of physics, right? Okay. Whoops. Okay, that won't close. What am I hitting? Hitting something. Oh. That's it. Okay. All right. So hold the fort and I'll be back in just a moment. Maybe my luck is changing. Go in there and get my cup refilled. The guy asked me, he says, "Is that all you need?" I said, "Yep." He said, "You're good." So I got me a free refill. It happens from time to time. I know there's one place I go closer to home, not often, but I think probably 80% of the time that I walk in there, they just say, "You're good, don't worry about it." All right, so we're gonna cancel that. Okay. All right, so how's our little, what'd I do? I don't want to make the mistake of putting that cable in with my seatbelt again. Okay. So how's our stuff south of here doing? I'm gonna have to take this device. I gotta take this one phone, actually my primary phone. I'm gonna have to take it, and I think I'm gonna have to get a new port put in it, because I think the port's getting worn out. Because when I plug it in sometimes to charge it, it's a lot of times I have to wiggle or something. And yes, I've tried to clean it out, but anyway. Anyway, well, I'm not a coffee drinker. I can't. I just can't. I am a Dr. Pepper drinker. Okay. This thing just went up to a 1-inch hail marker, and that's going to be right there at Holland. And that is at an elevation of 658 feet. So we have a 2-inch hail marker incoming towards the temple. Now that's obviously being sampled at about 2,800 feet. Yeah, so my viewer friend here in Temple, be aware of that. You might get missed by the one coming from the south. But this is all looks like it's gonna, gosh, it's just like it's all gonna try to converge in Temple. That's what it looks like. So I'm gonna figure out what I'm going to do here. I'm kind of in a place right now that, well, there's no real way to go here because it's coming in from two directions. Basically, I'm going to get sandwiched in the middle of it. So I'm going to go ahead and, can I get out this way? I hope I can. Yeah, I can. So I'm going to go ahead and try to get into town, Temple, Texas. And if I can end up riding something out or whatever and then slip out the backside of it and stay ahead of the other stuff from the northwest, then that's what I'll do. And if I can't, it's going to be a very slow ride trying to get back. Let's see what the rear camera's going to show. Yeah, we'll get the lightning with the dark rear camera, the dark mode. So I'm just about to take the exit in 1/2 mile, basically the right turn that takes you back onto Highway 36 to go southeast. Or Loop 363, if you want to look at it that way. Just want to check real quick, see if we're online. Yeah, that's online. Okay, we're good. There is a boatload of conviction starting to go up ahead of this stuff. So this is going to be one huge mess of stuff here in a bit. Actually, this is going to be on me here pretty quick. It's going a little nuts. Okay, that device just told me, yes, I've used 75% of my data allotment on there. I think it should be renewing pretty soon though. I think I'm just going to find somewhere and just ride this out. This maybe going to have a little hail in it. I'm pretty confident it could be 3/4. It could potentially be 1 inch, because we're talking of an elevation scan of under 1,000 feet, more in the 600-foot range. So I want to just take that into consideration. So I'm getting into the rain, and I don't think the hail is going to be too far behind. Let me just see exactly where that core is. No, it might be okay for a bit. Well, we won't see the lightning too much through all this. See a flash here or there, so I'll just give you the frontal view. Please, no one put your flashers on, please. Initial little surge, but I'm going to go right back into another shortly. I think I know where I want to try to get to. There is a Sevco or Casey's, whatever. I think there's one just south of Temple, and I think that's where I'm going to try to get to. almost made the light. Now I'm gonna have to sit here and wait through a long light. A long duration and timing light. It's not, like I say, these lights are not longer. They're all the same size. Okay, it's the timing. That's what I'm referring to. Oh, good. The hail size came down on that. Now that new severe thunderstorm warning now, just to the northwest of Temple. That core looks like it's headed right pretty much towards near Morgan's Point Resort. If I could get somewhere where I won't lose the Starlink. I might get lucky and not lose the Starlink here. We're gonna have a lot of glare from the lights here, but just stop here and take a look at things. I see you used to live there in May 22nd, 2024. Yep, I was in that. Yep, tore some things up pretty good there. Okay, so gosh. I think that outflow battery's definitely spawned a couple of things. Now we have cold front coming in from the northwest, so that's where your northwest movement is coming from. The stuff coming in from the south and whatnot is just basically running on the southeasterly flow. And then it mixes in there, and it actually creates a whole bunch of spin going on. It's really kind of crazy, and that's particularly happening over here on the, you know, west southwest of Waco, and then north of here and northwest of here. It's just kind of a crazy little thing. Now that hail size just came down. On the severe thunderstorm marked cell that is headed into Temple. So it may not continue to be a severe thunderstorm. red down thing. I just remember the 2024 event. Let's see, 237, I'm good there. Extension of time. Okay. Now you want to see the radar from my side, my point of view. There you are. What a mess, huh? I think eventually I'm gonna go ahead and punch out of all this stuff and try to get ahead of all this mess. I just want to give it a few minutes before I do that. So I took off now. Wouldn't be nothing major, just some heavy rain and road ponding issues probably. I just don't trust other drivers. I'm gonna be straight honest with you about that. Let's see if that one's still working. No, okay, it's fine. Yes, that is a very good point. Straight line winds are as damaging as tornadoes. As a matter of fact, 1 week ago, as a straight line wind event was also ended up getting a spin up with an EF1 tornado, which I rode out. Yeah, and it made a mess of things. Sure did. The winds just south of me had gusted to 119, I believe, and where I was, they were 100 plus. From one direction, then all of a sudden it shifted and came from the other way. So yeah, there was a tornado. And me and about 20 other people sitting at a store actually rode that thing out, because really you didn't have any option there. It wasn't going to be a big tornado that's going to roll your vehicle or anything like that. You just need to be in a place where something can't fall on you. And that's one thing that I'm very, oh, that thing's going back up to a 1 inch south of me here. That's one thing that I'm very observant of, is if I'm in a wind event that could snap telephone poles and blow things over, basically, I'm going to look around and I'm going to see, you know, what's out there that could hurt me, what's out there that could fall on me, and I'm going to avoid being in that situation. And sometimes you can't avoid being in that situation where you got all of the telephone poles are on the right side of the road and that's the direction you have to go. You kind of don't have a choice. You just try to stay really alert. But most times I don't put myself in those situations where I need to really be concerned about something hitting me. Alright, so let's check this out. Post up. That is 1 inch at 713 feet. To the west of that one is 1 inch at 656 feet. So west of Holland and northeast of Holland, a couple of hail cores, maybe putting down 3/4 inch hail. Then we got the one coming down towards Salado, which is really just right there at that merger. At 1 inch at 1,265 feet. So yeah, not to be concerned with anything big, and it may not even be that big. trying to figure why this critical imminent threat alert came across my phone earlier when I've got all that stuff turned off. And I can't get rid of it. It will not let me take it off my screen. It's even got my location on there. That is weird. How do I get rid of it? There's nothing I've done that can get rid of that. You know what? I'm gonna shut the phone off. I'm gonna restart it. Maybe it'll get rid of it. I'm one of them, Jason. Or one. What? I can't see that. It's too bright. Okay, John. I'm one of them. I won't do it anymore. Okay. We are back up, and hopefully that alert is gone. Well, that got rid of the alert. I don't know why I got it in the first place. Mute what conversation? What is this? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I think my phone did some kind of update and it just has changed some things on me. Let me check something else out. Turn that off, turn that on. Yeah, maybe tomorrow or the next day or something, I might dig into this phone and try to figure out why I'm getting these alerts. Because I don't need these alerts. I don't need these general public alerts because I get those alerts. I get those things within 1 or 2 seconds of them being issued. It's like that alert I got today was, 2 or 3 minutes beyond the fact of what I already knew. So I don't need that. I've got sources that get me that information faster than the public. Let's just put it that way. So I don't know. Let's just check and see if we've got Wi-Fi number 2. Okay, yeah, okay. We're good. We're good. This is so slow to move. It's not going to get out of my way very fast. Okay, they have dropped severe thunderstorm warning to the northwest side of Temple, so you don't have to worry about that now. Hey, I like the way... thanks, I needed to laugh. That's kind of funny. Spent a week in Mississippi, there one day. Trying to follow that one. That's unique. Okay. I have a severe thunderstorm warning at my house. Yeah, I have a severe thunderstorm warning at my house right now. Isn't that something? Severe thunderstorm warning at my house. Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, I could have stayed home and just waited for an 8:45 p.m. or so severe thunderstorm warning right at my own house, and at least when my alternator went out, I would have been close to home instead of 200 and something miles away from home. It still bothers me. $900 bill today on a doggone alternator. Hey. Again, that's why I set my goal at 20. I said, okay, help me here. The alternator wasn't $900. It was $7, but I had to pay the mobile mechanic $200, and I had to go to an ATM and get cash just to pay him because he wanted cash. Okay. So I had to go down the road to an ATM and get the cash for him. So basically he made about, I guess he made about, well, he made probably a little over $100 an hour based on the amount of time it took him today. Oh, we have colliding outflow boundaries out around Marble Falls. Hail size has come down on this one. Yeah, that's just it. I could have stayed at home, but there was no tornado potential down there back towards home. I was going to where there was going to be an early phase tornado potential, and I didn't quite make that just because of the alternator going out. I think I'm going to go ahead and slip past this and try to get ahead of everything a little bit. I know there's some more stuff down south that's going to be moving up, but I'm going to go ahead and do a little distance down the road here. Have any other days, at least for the next 3 or 4 that I'm aware of, severe potential wise. But I've got to drive to Austin tomorrow night because my oldest daughter is in Maryland right now, and she comes back to Austin Monday night. So I have to go pick her up at the airport, about an hour-and-a-half drive, and then Wednesday I have to take her back to the airport so she can fly back home to San Diego. So I've had a full plate. If anybody new here, my youngest daughter now, she graduated college on Thursday, so I had a full day Thursday, luncheon, the graduation that evening and night, and then I had to take her to the airport at 2 a.m. that same night, the oldest one rather. I had to take her to the airport that night, leaving the house at 2 a.m., getting back home at 5:30 a.m., slept for about 2 hours, 3 hours or whatever, so I was pretty sluggish on Friday. And even then I didn't really sleep. Hurry up and wait for the light to change. Now, I also was fortunate today. I called a friend of mine who I knew was over in the area where I had my breakdown, and he was heading to Brownwood too, and so he said, "Hey, I'll just meet you over there." You know, it was just in case. You know, he hung around till we got, you know, the repair and all that. He actually went and got some food. He's the one that actually drove me to the ATM machine. And gosh, I can't see the road real good right here. Okay, there it is. And he pretty much stayed just in case we had a major, well, this is a major issue as far as I'm concerned. When you're talking about having to spend $900+ for something on a repair like that, yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna try to get off that. I just still makes me sick. Anyway, he came there and helped me out, and you know, waited just in case we had an issue where I was afraid I might have to just leave the vehicle there and get it towed to a dealership or something. And if that was the case, then I was going to pretty much ride him. He was going to end up coming back towards Austin tonight, and I was just going to have him. I was just going to ride with him to Austin, and then I was going to have my wife come over to drive over to Austin and pick me up. Now that would have been another issue down the road. That okay, my truck is in the shop all the way in Brownwood, Texas, 3 hours from home, and then I'd have to worry about if they got it repaired, when they got it repaired, and then have to get back over there just to even pick it up again. Like, I guess this could have been a worse nightmare than it ended up being. Let's see, how am I going to do on this? Got back to a 1-inch hail marker. I might get a hailstone or two here. But I'm going to clip that outer wing of this thing, so we'll see. Again, I won't drive into damaging hail. That is not my style. You know, if y'all know that, you know, Daniel and I are pretty good friends. He actually stays at my house from time to time. We have not even crossed paths this year. Of course, I have not been out on the road a whole lot this year. But yeah, I've done my fair share of that as well, and you know, helping where help is needed and whatnot. But a lot of times I wouldn't even have a camera rolling for that. I just turn it off because, you know, sometimes there's things you just don't need to see. And then there's other times too that I will go back, if it's within a reasonable distance, I will go back the next day and also jump in there with my hands. So I just don't spend 3 months every year going out and chasing storms. I'm somewhat selective in when I go, and then sometimes I'm controlled by if I can, which in most cases I don't have limitations, but sometimes I do, and then there's, you know, other times I'm just like, I just don't feel like going out, because especially this year, it's so danged expensive fuel-wise to do it. And it turns into a rather long day. Okay, I'll tell you what I am going to do. I think for most intents and purposes, we're through with the media side of stuff, so I'm going to go over there and I am going to turn off the media side for what that's being used for. And if you're watching from there by chance, which would be a limited few, but if you are watching from there, you'll have to come over to YouTube to see the rest of the night. That's the only place that I'm going to be sending this stream. So this is about to happen, okay? It's about to happen. I'm going to turn it off within the next 30 seconds. You have to come to my YouTube channel. If you're over there, you have to come to YouTube. You can get it from there, watch it from there. All right, it is going off. 3, 2, 1, off. Oh, wait a minute, no, I can't. I can't because it's being used, okay? Sorry for my media partner there to have cut you off for a brief second. Okay, I forgot about that. My bad. Oh gosh. Daniel Shaw just sent me a message, as a matter of fact. say, Daniel? What did you say? I saw you work, period. I got to Comanche and started having all kinds of failures in my truck, period. I barely made it to Brownwood, and apparently what happened was my alternator fried. So it cost me $900 to get a new one and pay a mobile mechanic to replace it. Let's see. Okay. Where is this exit at? Okay, exit. I had to turn on my big overhead lights just to be sure I was taking the proper exit here. There is a lot of water on the road, as you may can see. Well, no, it's not doing it now. It must have hit the spot where I'm not in the water. This is new highway construction out here. It's a whole new setup, so I am totally unfamiliar with the exit to come into this next town. So this is the first time that I've taken it. So in a way, I'm kind of learning my way around here on this right now. I actually should clear this and get out of this rain a little bit here if I could keep going. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, as a matter of fact, on this that I'm in right now. So I could potentially have some hail here in a minute. This thing is still trying to, it's back building again, so there you go. Definitely taking it slow because I do not know this road right now. This is all new territory for me. But I think I see a familiar sight up ahead. It's the town of Rogers, Texas. And this is going to be the old highway that came through town, because now there's a highway, the highway bypasses the town. I caught a glimpse of green over there. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. That gets me even closer to the $900 bill I had to pay today for the alternator. Hey, every little bit helps. I appreciate you guys. I really do. So that's over $1,000 in vehicle repairs in 30 days. Just kind of look at the radar. Let's see what we got going on. Alright, move on up into town some more. I really think my objective here is just to go ahead and get out all this rain. So if I continue going to the southeast here, I'll be able to do that. I'm not far away from actually probably escaping this. Possible I could get a 3/4 inch hailstone hammer me here, but okay, let's see what I got here. Okay, right lane is closed, and that's fine. I'm assuming that this this no longer goes through town. It looks like they've got it shut off. Okay, road closed 2.4 miles ahead, so I'm going to have to turn here and go back to the main highway, it looks like. Yeah, I've been down this road before, going out into the farmland out east of town here. Yeah, east of town here. Let's see. I'm in Rogers right now. That didn't work. Okay, come on, I'm in Rogers right now. pretty soon I should be back to the main highway. Boy, I-35 south of Belton is in a really slow run right now. I believe this is where I go. It looks like it's where I should go. Now here's the hoping it lets me get back up on the main highway. Oh, let's put the big lights on. Let's see if we can see ahead what's going on. Off as I'm coming through. Okay, looks like I'm going to get back up on the main road here. I have a yield here. This is the construction zone basically still, and it's a very, very poorly marked road. So let's take our time and get out of this. Should be able to get out of it here in a couple of minutes maybe. To be honest with you, I'm about ready to get out of the rain. These outflow boundaries are crazy, intersecting and going all over the place. Okay. It's east of I-45. I'm not going to worry about that. Thunderstorm warning over my house did. It dropped, but potentially could have another one to the west. Yeah, there's... Yeah. Okay. Good enough. Alright, so I am Highway 36 right now. I am going southeast. I just passed through the town of Rogers. The next place I potentially stop maybe, it may be maybe Cameron. Not Louisiana, Cameron, Texas. I'll be glad when they finish all this construction through here. It'll be a nice 4-lane highway. Just about out of the rain, just about. Turning into what was expected once it got down into this area. Flood advisory for my home. How about that? I don't have to worry about a flood at my place because my property's at a really high elevation. Actually in one of the more hilly areas of the county I live in. I think over time this is going to be 4 lanes because this is going to be turning into an interstate. I believe it's going to be Interstate 14. But you know, for the last several decades, honestly, this is one of the main highways that comes up out of southeast Texas, let's say to the west of Houston, and runs all the way up to Abilene, Texas. Alright, so I have just about escaped. Let me turn the windshield wipers off here in a minute, hopefully. And we may just sit somewhere and watch for a while. I don't remember what time I started this today. It was scheduled for 3 o'clock, and it would have been at 3 o'clock if it had not had for that meltdown of the alternator. Yeah. But this is chasing me right back home, and then I've got between home and myself, of course, is going to be more storms that are down to my south and southeast. Right, here comes a little old town called Buckholz. Yep, Buckholz, Texas. Actually, I might, there's not much to this place, honestly. But, I don't know, maybe I'll stop here for a few minutes. I'm getting to that point where I need to get out and move my legs just a little bit. City Street, I should have gone over there. And I still can. Yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah, I got Plenty space over here to park for a sec. Well, it's going to be more than a second. It's going to be for just a few minutes. And I'm going to walk about just a bit. So enjoy the lightning. I think most of the lightning is coming just a little more to my right, but that's okay. We'll leave it where it is for right now. I think this camera is offline again. Yeah, it is. It is. And the rear camera's there. Okay, that's good. You want to see a nasty looking radar? Look at all these outflow boundaries out to the left, all this stuff. I'm in between all this right now. I'm right up here. See my cursor? I'm right there. Right there. My home is back over, hold on. My home is back over here. So that's where I've got to go to. And guess what? I got this coming in behind me and I got this coming towards me. So at some point, yeah, there you go. All right. Let me do one thing here. See if this is going to easily pair itself back again. I know I don't use it enough, that's a problem. Yeah, okay, yeah, it paired itself back up. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. All right, stretch your legs, Bob. Y'all carry on with the chat. Not a lot of people watching probably, but it is what it is. I mean, at least we had some good structure earlier, right? Yeah, just looking in through the door as I stretch myself out here. Yes, that rain back in my area, it is not moving much, and that is the reason that they put out a flood advisory for my home county. If I ate a Snickers right now, I'd probably have too much energy. Yes, I know about that, and guess what? They don't get it for free. Let's just put it that way. No, Burleson County's is flood advisory. I don't think they, no, I've got it right here in front of me. Flood advisory. As a matter of fact, let's see if I could. See, yeah, I think that last one. Okay, hey Siri, read last message.
You have recent messages from NWS Alert. NWS Alert said new event. Flood advisory from May 10th, 2026. 9:19 p.m. to May 11th, 2026. 12:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time for Burleson County. TX. Grimes C. Linked in SEP. NOAA.gov.
Stop.
Would you like to reply?
Cancel.
Okay.
So there you go. It was just playing it back for you. Yes, I am. It's not a lot, but I am. Because ain't nothing in this world free anymore. Oh, I'm still standing outside stretching, so I'm just holding on to the top here with my top of the truck with my arms and just stretching my back out because I've been having a sciatic nerve problem for about a week and I've had treatment for that, so I'm still trying to get over that. It's improving. You know, but for any of us, it is not inexpensive to get out here and do this. I got questions, so stand by. Yeah.
My daughter, she's been watching you.
show you some stuff. We watched that movie like. Huh? Somebody just bought a membership on my channel. There's a few flaws. There's 3 scenes in it that I re-recorded that. Yeah. And I was a stand-in for the day before, so they figured I would do something else. Okay. Woo! Cool out there. Oh man, yeah, it's a little bit cool out there. Okay, so these people that you just saw drive through the screen there were a guy, his son, and his daughter. His daughter was actually watching the stream and saw that I was coming into town and wanted to come up here and meet me. So isn't that cool? That's really cool. And she is big time into weather stuff. She wants to be a meteorologist. So we had a nice conversation about her doing that. I told her exactly a lot about it and where to go and all that good stuff. So it was a pleasure meeting young people and like that, and having a great conversation. Just good, down home, wholesome people right there, and I enjoyed that conversation. I had a few raindrops hitting me, so I was getting the wind's blowing, and I'm getting a little cold. But that one lightning flash says, "Okay, it's time for me to go back into the truck." And the other thing was that this truck was in the Twister movie too, so we got into that thing. I grabbed my phone and showed a few photos from me and the people. So I got to try to plug this thing back in. All right, thank you for that. Appreciate it. How long ago was that? I'm just so out of touch with the world right now. It's crazy. Yeah, the tornado man. Yeah, Jones mom. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Well, wouldn't it be great if I could get 16 more? Did I tell you about me having to spend $900 on an alternator today? Which delayed me getting where I wanted to go today? Yes, I know I did. Just in case anybody knew, yeah, that was... okay, we have a new... Yeah, that's new severe thunderstorm... Come on, spit it out. So anyway, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this right here where I sit. I am about to get... See me? I don't know if you can see me. New severe thunderstorm warning right here. I'm talking too fast and getting ahead of myself. So a new severe thunderstorm warning right there. And if I were to put it this way, there's very little chance that I could even drive home without getting into something. So I'm about to get more heavily rained on here. So at least this highway bends back to the east a little bit. So I will head on over to Cameron, Texas. Will be the next stop. Eventually I will make it home. I may go through Caldwell to get home. Normally on 30 going 36 I would, yes. Because I live south of there a little bit. I live out in the country. I live out where on a busy day 5 vehicles may come down the road I live on. It's great. So, all right. Well, we're going to move on down to Cameron, Texas right now. Just try to stay out of get out of the rain. I just don't care to be in the rain, but I know that it's inevitable. I'm going to end up being in the rain once again because I'm going to get sandwiched in here with no option. Yeah, anything helps with what I had to deal with today as far as monetization, that's for sure. I'd love to keep this truck going because it just fits my needs so well for this. I mean, everything is custom built in here to where some of you have seen what the inside looks like. Well, heck, you haven't seen it, I can show you. Let me grab the remote camera and I'll just do a shot back. Let's see if I can frame it up right, of course. It might be shaky and wobbly, but okay. This is the setup. Alright. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. Keep this going and just use it for times that I need to maybe haul something around or use it for things like what I'm doing right now, and get me another car or something that I could drive that, you know, does that 35, 37 mile per gallon stuff, and just use it for all of the other endeavors that I have going on in my life. Your father was born. Oh, really, Steve? Darn. Well, let's see, Steve, how are we looking over? I'm gonna just kind of, since I'm kind of behind somebody going 45 miles an hour and I'm not that big a rush right now, let's just take a look. Oh yeah, you're getting it now. You have gotten it. You've been in it in Pflugerville, but non-severe. So you looked out there. Okay. How we doing? How we doing? Yeah, I think we could do some good on some of these days. We get these viewer numbers up in the high triple digits, and at least. The other day when I was riding out what ended up being an EF1 tornado, I wasn't gonna get hurt by anything in that situation. There was nothing that was gonna hit me, so no loose debris or anything like that. But my biggest concern was a trash can that would go flying at the gas station or the convenience store that I'd stopped at. But even that day, there was a pretty large number. I don't know what the highest was. I just happened to glance over one time, and I know it was 6 something or 5 something. I don't remember. I'd like to be able to get to that point with some consistency for sure. Yeah, but it's, you know, it's kind of hard to do that when you're not out there on the road for every single day that there is severe weather. I don't have time nor the inclination to do that. I do have other things to do. But don't get me wrong, I do have a lot of free time to pretty much do whatever my little heart desires. Okay, so there is a flash flood warning actually in Holland, the Holland area. That's gonna clip a little bit apart. So there's a flash flood warning back over there. And if there's anything on chat that I'm missing, I apologize for that, but I'm trying to watch the road more than anything else, and also keep an eye on the radar, although I don't expect anything much more than severe gusty winds, a little bit of hail. But even those hail sizes are going to start to really drop down. Got a 1-inch marker over here just north of Lexington, Texas. I'm north of there. That's the stuff coming up from the south. Looks like back towards home, I'm pretty much in the clear for right now. Got a little more rain about to move in, but nothing of any consequence there. I mean, I don't know why this person is really only going 45 miles per hour, unless they have trouble seeing at night. I would really like to get around them, but I'll be in Cameron soon enough. No big deal. Now there's an 18-wheeler coming up behind me, and he's obviously in a little more of a hurry than the two of us. I think we'll be hitting the city limits and a drop in the speed limit anyway, so no big deal. I'll make me a stop here in Cameron. I may stop at the Sevco. I just might stop at the Sevco. I might just get me a hot dog. Those few Pringles I ate earlier helped. But that was the first thing that I had eaten since 9:15, 9:20 this morning. I had fully intended to eat something around 2 o'clock this afternoon. But guess what? Bob's alternator decides to fry and crap out on it. Lost my appetite. Lost my interest in a lot of things at that moment in time. And even then wasn't sure that the replacement was going to 100% solve the problem, because sometimes what you think it is, that ain't it. I might get a chance to look over at some of the chat here in a minute when I stop. I'm not going to do it unless I'm stopped. There are some gusty winds around here, though, that's for sure. This time of night, I can't be guaranteed that they'll have a hot dog. That's 10 o'clock. It's almost 10 o'clock. I mean, it's practically 10 p.m. I'm not so sure I will get, that they will have one. Let's see how the rear view's looking. Getting any lightning back there? Yeah, we get a lot of dust kicking up. Yeah, look at the dust kicking up in front of me. I don't know if you'll be able to see it much, but here comes some more dust. Raw side. Yeah, it's not much. You can see it up here. Oh, they're hitting their brakes. I saw that. It's a local they're turning. That explains a lot. It really does. Let's go back there and look for some lightning behind us right quick. This is Cameron, Texas, folks. I'm not a big chicken eater, but almost a chicken leg sounded good. The Golden Chick is closed, so, and I'm not going to go to the Dairy Queen because it would have to wait too long. If Sevco does not have a hot dog for me, I'll have to improvise somehow. It's crazy. The winds are going all kind of different ways here. There's little you know, trash and things like that. They're going all over the place. We got a bunch of swirling type winds going on here. All right, cross your fingers, folks, that there is a hot dog in here with my name on it. I am going to park over here, leave you with a view back to the, well, west, pretty much. While I run in and try to nourish myself just a bit. Hope they have some. I got money in my pocket, I think. Okay. Once again, I shall return. Guess what? They had one. So I will be able to take care of myself here just a little bit. Alright, that's a news for them, some warning out there. Let's see, the status for the warnings and everything else. And there are some pretty darn good gusty winds going on out here now. We've got a 2-inch hail marker down to my south to the north of Tanglewood, or north of Lexington, Texas right now. It's going to merge in with this here in a minute. Okay, get started on the food. That's one of the big priorities right here at the moment. Let's see. My path would go from here to there. Do we have a little bit of a... Tell you what, the winds are really starting to get it here. I just want to look at something here real quick. I'll feel human again after 8. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know about that. I'm gonna, you know where I'm probably about to go with this, right? After taking that butt whooping I took today on that alternator, it's hard for me to feel good about anything right now. Let's see what we're gonna do here. What are we gonna do indeed? I don't even know if this camera's still online. Nope, it's not. Alright, let's work on that a second. Okay, I'm back online. There. That's out my driver's side window. Essentially the same thing you were looking at earlier from the front camera. I see that the video transmission between the wireless camera and the receiver is a little bit sluggish and slow. Not a perfect world, obviously. Okay. Our 2-inch hail core is now going to be merging in to all this right there to the southwest of Rockdale, Texas. That is to my south, of course. It'll be pretty neat to see a lightning bolt hit that radio tower on the left side of the shot right there. But I'm not sure I'd want it to because I'm only about 100 yards away from it. Just reading some of that, yeah. Hank, Daniel, yeah, good people. Good people. I don't see Hank very often, but Oh, yeah, I'm trying to eat this thing before the weenie cools off. I am somewhat close to getting wet. Hey Jenna, just happened to see that. Gusty winds, hail threat right now is not big, but I'm watching emerging sail that come up. That's come up from basically Lexington, Tanglewood, so you know those areas for sure. And it's carrying a 2-inch hail marker on it right now. Now let me tell you what the elevation of that mark is. 1,043 feet. So you could be seeing 1-inch hail out of that at ground level. Now, I don't think you have to concern yourself with that because this cold front's pushing in too. I think everything, for the most part, for Cameron and proper, you almost look like you're going to be okay. I think the worst of anything is going to actually slip south of town just a little bit. I'll tell you what, when Danielle and I cross paths, and we need to be serious, we are. When we have a chance to play around a little bit between streams and whatnot, we definitely do. I probably would have seen him today, but guess what happened? Alternator failure. Oh God. That still burns me up. No tornado risk really. It's not impossible, but no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm just going to take this in so I can show. Let me get this set up before I do it though. Before I'm going to hit the switcher. All right, Rockdale, Cameron. All right, I'm getting gusty winds here. So here's the radar. All right, here we are right here in Cameron. See where I'm pointing? Right here is Cameron. All right, this down here coming up from the south is the one that's got the larger hail marker on it, which I expect to come down in size because of the merge, but it hasn't really indicated that yet. But I don't think you have to worry about that because everything surging in from the northwest is going to keep that south. So right now Cameron's in the clear. You got a little new development coming out right now just to the northwest of town. I really think there's a huge, it's like there's just creating this little, uh-oh, I gotta put my window up. Getting some rain blowing in on me now. You've got, what was I getting at? You know, just stuff still kind of blowing up a little bit too, along a little bit of an outflow boundary up there too. But yeah, I'm not concerned here in Cameron right now. I'm more concerned about the stuff that's south. You get down in here and you get in the deeper reds and stuff. And if you go over and look at velocities, Okay, these yellows in here, that's some pretty good winds. Little bit of an inflow notch right up in here. So that's the spin I was seeing in reflectivity. Yeah. So I could, you know, just for case in point, I can set this up to show both sides of the scale here if you wanted to. All right, so let me bring it out a little bit and put myself dead center of the screen here, location wise. Cameron should be about dead center of the screen, both screens. You see the location, and I'm starting to get the rain here now too. There's new okay, that's down there. Close enough for government work. Front camera and get the raindrops off the windshield, and probably go ahead and mosey on here in just a second. Next stop, probably Milano, Texas. Yeah, I probably wouldn't even beat that rain in Milano. Stuff coming out from Creasman, kind of working its way up Highway 36 up there towards Milano. Nothing heavy, nothing severe. But we definitely got little currents, little eddies going on right around here. So yeah, you're going to see some gusty winds here in Cameron. They may come from a couple of different directions actually, but I wouldn't be concerned about a tornado actually. All right, so we shall proceed southeast. Camera up. Okay. Let's do rear dark for some lightning maybe. I probably ran out on the target. Go ahead and try to do a new one. I think it may have expired. Oh yeah, it did. Huh. Just add a few more. Let's go for 5. Let's go for 5. Let's just go for 1 hour. 1 hour is all I'm gonna set that one at. And I'm gonna leave that where it is. Only because I'm out here still. Only because I had to spend $900 on an alternator and replacement today on the go in Brownwood, Texas, and all because I'm going to have spent add it up, Bob, add it up, 140, about 140, 130. I think that's on 70. No, yeah, something like that in fuel. Because every little bit helps. I always count on you. Thank you. pace here trying to get on down to Milano, Texas. The way this is coming together. Go front view. Uh-oh, my last bite of my weenie and my hot dog fell out. I saved it though. Can't say I don't have any mustard in my crotch, but oh boy. New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. That will include Bastrop County. New event. Milam County. Now, for example, here we go. Okay, hey Siri, read last message.
You have recent messages from NWS Alert. NWS Alert said new event. Severe thunderstorm warning from May 10th, 2026, 10:23 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Milam County. TX. Linked in NOAA.gov. Would you like to reply?
Stop. No.
Okay.
I like it the way it said Milam. It's actually pronounced Milam. But there's also including in Bastrop County as well. Definitely had some really good structure shots earlier today. Would have had even more had I not had that issue to deal with. This truck has cost me almost $10,000 in the last 30 days. Trying to look at the bright side here that I'm actually rolling. I'm going down the road. I haven't had a problem since that alternator was replaced. But I was seriously worried I was going to end up stranded, having to leave my vehicle, or having my vehicle towed to a mechanic, dealership, whatever the case may be. Oh gosh, that would have been even more of a nightmare. So again, I'm trying to look at the silver lining. Gust every now and then. It kind of pushes me a little bit suddenly. See, I'm about to run into this. Yeah, oh boy, I'm just right on the edge of this. Tell you what, I'm going to end up being in a bunch of mess that I'm not going to be able to get out of. seems that the hail sizes up in this particular region have come down with those submergers, outflows, and everything else. Yeah, it's come down. So I'm not seeing anything. Cameron area, Milano, Milam County. I'm not seeing anything where severe hail criteria would be met at this moment. Just trying to figure out if I have. Let me just get on up here and I'll try to figure out if I can. I may be able to get under possibly for a little while, but either way, it's all filled in so much back down south of me, and there's even more down there south of that. I just don't see it happening, really. Rain bands. I don't know if it shows up real well, but those rain bands they're swirling. They're swirling in those gusty winds. Could I get out of this potentially? Yes, I potentially could. If I wanted to go east-northeast. I don't really want to go east-northeast. Like it now. Let's see, if I go... No, it's crossing Highway 36. Well, I am going to go southeast. I'm going to be in a mess for a while. Thank goodness I have not met or not got up behind someone with their flashers going. Because that would get me going concerning flashers at night in rain. And maybe I'll be lucky and I won't have to worry about having to go into that commentary tonight. Wouldn't that be great? Right here where I'm going to pass under this railroad bridge, because that heavy rain sits in here for any period of time, which it might. This place right here will get so much water in it that you can't go through it. stretch of highway also is pretty bad about road climbing. So I'm trying to drive outside of those normal tire lanes there, if you know what I mean. I gotta bring it over a little bit. So you are gonna hear the sounds of the road, the reflector thingies, whatever, and the grooves they have cut in if I move over too far. But again, I'm just trying to avoid where the water is standing all over the road. And that's bad enough. I think I'm going to go ahead and back off on the speed a little bit more. Got one person back there behind me about 200 yards, and if they desire to go any faster, then I will certainly move over and let them go, but hopefully they won't. I'm going to lose Starlink in this. That's gone. Starlink is gone. And I'm also going to hit an area where even the AT&T stuff is not going to work real well. Water from my tires. There's a lot of water coming down right now. Gusty winds, visibility is pretty tough right now. I'm not going to be out of this for a while. Good grief. Starlink is not going to work in these conditions at all. It's working. another one of my case in points about using flashers in these conditions. I can see you fine if you turn them off. You're just please turn your flashers off. Please, please, please. Making my life difficult. I think I'm going to get out of this in about 5 minutes, maybe. Get out of the worst of it anyway. Two things I want to happen. I want this person to turn their dang flashers off, and I want to get out of the rain. I'm tired of driving through this. You're not going to turn them off, though. Alright, that little video clip is going on X. I'm still trying to reach my point about this flasher stuff. turn them off, I could see your solid red burn. So much easier without as much glare. Period. All right. I'm posting on X right now about a 15-second clip of me harping on the flashers. Goodness gracious. And of course Starlink is not going to be online right now. You ain't going to get no satellite signal through all this. Whoa! Water on the highway. Caldwell, Texas. I'm gonna go this way. I just want to stop for a moment after driving through that for 18 miles. Yeah, at least the flashers are gone. Yeah, I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I am wrong about those flashers. The fact is, I am not going to get out of rain. There is no way I'm getting out of rain. I'm actually not even in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I have one north and have one south, and have one west. Oh gosh. We got 1 to 5. What if it's possible to get 4 more? Did I mention I had to spend $900 on the alternator replacement today? I know, that's not like a broken record. Maybe there's somebody here that doesn't know that. Just out of curiosity, let's check the home rain gauge right quick. Let's see what kind of rainfall I've had at home. Hold on, I gotta post something first. I'm gonna put this out. I want to put this out. I have got to put this out. Much easier to see without causing glare on the driver behind you. Alright. That's going out on my Instagram. Okay, did it give me the option to send it to my other one? I don't know if it did. Again, it's supposed to cross post. I don't know if it's going to or not. Check that in a second. Let's check home, check home, check home, check home. I have only had 0.81 inches of rain at home, but it's still raining. Rainfall rate right now at my house is 2.92 inches per hour. That's some pretty good. PWAT. PWAT is PWAT. Precipitable water. Precipitable water. Okay, the cross post over there to my Facebook page. Okay. Definitely. All right. What is this email? Oh. While we watch this heavy rain come down, I've got to look at a couple of things here real quick. Personal business wise. I think this was the reason one of my debit cards wouldn't work earlier, is because I had an email about fraud alert. I guess because it was large transactions all at the same time. Okay, we're good. Okay. Yeah, I spent all that money. I spent all that money today. Yes, I did. I didn't want to, but I did. I had to. gonna stick with that tornado man thing. All right, well, good night. I'm not quitting yet. We passed the 10 o'clock news cycle, so that's all good. You know, this is just this is a big waste dump now, and we're just going to have some gusty winds pretty much in all of this. The hail threat is pretty much gone. I'll give you a radar look at what this whole thing is morphed into, okay? There you have it. That is a massive mess. On a positive note, I am, under normal driving conditions, of course, I'm only 15 minutes from my driveway, so that's a good thing. Now, will I make it tonight in 15 minutes? Not likely. Take me closer to 20 minutes probably. That's okay. I think let me look at something. Considering the fact that I have to go to Austin tomorrow night, then I have to go back to Austin Wednesday night. Something else to deal with tomorrow. Just want to look ahead a little bit here. I really don't think there's going to be anything on the. Let me just look at a couple of medium range things here to see. Okay. It looks like to about the end of the week, we're going to have troughing in the east, and we're going to have ridging in the west. So I think east part of the country. Let's see. Yeah, as far as what I'm looking at, that would create a capped environment for anything in the southern plains, pretty much, I think. So once that starts to break down, or actually eject, okay, I see a return of moisture, unstable air. So maybe by Saturday, maybe Saturday or Sunday, based on me looking at these two things, these two models, I'm just going to say, and that's typically not, under other circumstances, I'd look at a heck of a lot more than that, but just in general speaking, I think we're going to have some ridging that's going to kind of take over the picture for the rest of the week, and so that would mean we'd have an environment that is not going to be conducive for any really development, warm air loft, i.e. a capped environment for the next few days after this, and then maybe by the weekend with Saturday or Sunday, maybe with return flow from the southeast, and we're getting moisture back. But I didn't see any real trigger for anything you know, higher level severe, really. So I think we might be in a little bit of a dry spell. Dry spell. That's not really the right word to use after I'm sitting here and driving in 3-inch rainfall rate per hour stuff. But oh god, look at this road. See, tell me it didn't rain a lot. This is water. Road is under water. That is water. That's a lot of water. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty deep water. But I'm going uphill, so I'm fixing to be good. Yeah, any low-lying spots right now are definitely going to be flooded. Yeah, I figured that went offline again. Now, if I were to turn left right here, there's a part of the little highway back over here that probably has water over it. I can see by the ditches that, yeah, it's probably about 200 yards down. It's probably got water coming over the highway. I'm not going down there. I'm actually working my way towards home. Thing too, I knew that today was going to be one of those days that I would basically be headed back home with the path of these storms. Now we've got, looks like we've got some flooding going on over here. Let's see how this splashes when this truck comes through here. Center part. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to get that little 5 target. Hey, even if it's $1.99, $2, I don't care. Now I've got another place up here that might be an issue with some water too coming up. Arlene tried to come back a few minutes ago. Looks like we're running one-legged right now again. So that's why the stream is acting stupid. It's trying to renegotiate. All right, here you ever going to renegotiate yourself for work again? Just too much precipitable water for the Starlink to work. Thank you for that deuce right there. Every little bit is helping towards what I had to spend today. In case you're late, my day has consisted of over $900, actually over $1,000, including fuel. Alternator fried while on the road today. I consider myself lucky I'm actually going to be able to get home. I'm not there yet, but I haven't had any issues. Everybody at the same time, knock on wood, knock on wood. I actually have some wood in here. I'm going to knock on it myself. Hear that? I'm knocking on wood. And I was not banging on my head either. See, I actually lowered my data limits on one of my AT&T devices about 3 months ago. So it wasn't really surprising to me today that I got the alert that I had used 75% of the data. Now what I have to check is, I'm not sure, is when the cycle renews. It may be pretty soon, so I'm not going to really concern myself too much with that. I came really close today to finding, I don't know if I could have done it on a Sunday though, but finding a Verizon store and going ahead, go ahead and get the Verizon stuff going again, at least for the next month. And if I did that, I would probably just run the Starlink, AT&T, and one Verizon. Or in the nearest to a perfect world you could get would be to go ahead and just use the two AT&T devices with the Verizon and the Starlink, have 4 different connections going on. But, oh, you did it again? Gosh, thank you. Trying to do the... Can I actually reach over here and do this? No, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Do that. Yeah, for anybody that's late and didn't heard the story, I'm gonna tell it again. If you've heard the story already, I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. You can mute me for the next 30 seconds. En route to Northwest Texas today, I had a fault pop up on the truck that said charging system failure. I couldn't get anything done there, so I had to hope I could make it another 22 miles without something else going wrong. Well, then everything started going wrong. Brakes, traction, oh gosh, just all kind of different things. And as I got to the next city where I was going to try to get this checked out, I realized that the truck wasn't even shifting gears. It was stuck in 5th gear. I had no power steering, just a lot of things that weren't working. Fortunately, I was able to get somewhere and get it checked out, got it repaired. So the repair was because the alternator totally cratered, so replace the alternator. That was $700 for the alternator and $200 for the mobile mechanic that came to take the old one off and put the other one on. And since that's been done, I have not had a problem at all. Again, everybody, same time, knock on wood, knock on wood, knock on wood. There you go. That's why your super traps are coming in so handy. So with that and the fuel cost today alone, it's over $1,000. Makes me sad, it really does. Seems like every time I take one step forward, I take 4 steps backwards. And let's not forget that exactly 1 month ago, I spent $8,033 to get the transmission redone. It has not been a good run for the last month. Now the flashing lights on this truck, this is one of the guys that carries like oil or wastewater or something like that. Those lights are always going to flash. He doesn't have that flash up there. They always flash. So I'm not going to get on that guy about his flashing light. Number one, it's not as bright as the flashers on a car, really. I'm just slowly moving along, trying to work my way back home. Severe threat is pretty much over. Still could have a couple, but I'm not concerned about anything significant and have not been concerned with anything significant probably for the last couple of hours. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas, and we have 3 flash flood warnings in the state of Texas. One of those flash flood warnings is down to my southwest. I don't know where the other 2 are right now. I don't really care. We have a new flood advisory for where I'm at right now. Well, I didn't need a warning to tell me that. Some of the stuff I've already encountered, but there you go. Flood advisory, but not a flash flood warning. Let's check the big lights. Let's hit everything on the front. Bam. Yeah, everything's good. I do check those occasionally just to make sure they're working. Tell you what, you get a run on a nighttime damage scene, that's 90,000. 90,000 lumens going out. And I have 2 more that actually shoot right and left, but I don't have them on here right now. Last year I actually carried them with me. I did not put them in their mount. I just would carry them with me, and like, well, if I need them, I can slap them on, plug them in, and all it takes, 2 or 3 minutes to do it all. So if you ever have a situation where you need light on a dark subject, I can do a pretty good job of lighting up the area. What's this, 5 of 5? Golly, thank you. I can't look over all that often, but okay, we got the little bit, we got her done. Got her done. Good deal. Good deal. That's why I wish you could set this thing for longer than 3 hours. How long have I been streaming today? I don't know what time. Yeah, that one little spot right there, there is no cell service whatsoever. It's just one little zone right there. But, and it's gonna take, a couple of, oh gosh. Of course there's high CPU usage. So get up here, come on now, come on now. Come on now, come on back. Come on back, come on back. Come on back. I have not had Starlink for half an hour at least. And all this rain, yeah, it's done. But both AT&Ts are back online. So yeah, thank you guys for pitching in. And again, I wish I could set these things, these goals, and I wish I could go for more than 3 hours, because when you stream for, I think I maybe started at 4:30 or so today, I don't remember. But when you stream for 5, 6, 7 hours, 3 hours is really only half the time, pretty much. So I wish there was a way to do it. So that's why sometimes I'm just going to set something. There may be times that, oh gosh, you're going to do that to me again. Maybe it'll stick in long enough this time. Anyway, yeah, 3 hours is not long enough for it to turn to green. We're back to green. And we're back to, yeah, it's really struggling. I can't help it. And all this heavy rain's not helping signals either. Okay, yeah, so anyway, yeah, it's tough to keep stuff going in these conditions, especially where I am anyway. It's not going to be really good even for the AT&T stuff. But I'm just going to keep doing targets, and if one expires or one's reached, I'm just going to go ahead and set another one. Free will of whoever can and will help out that way. I greatly appreciate that. Honestly, I really do. Because without that assistance, considering the fact that I have had to spend so much money lately just on this vehicle, it's just hard to do this. Hard to get out here and do this stuff. I am not far from home right now. Assuming, well, you know what, I can check to see if at home, if my internet is actually working. I will know. I can check from here to see if my internet back at home is working. And it is working apparently, because my rain has updated to 1.73 inches. Maximum rain rate at my house was 3.02 inches at 11:04, something like that. So the internet's working at the house. Hey, I could leave the stream going. All I need to do is back up into the carport. Because at home I live in the country, so I'm not on fiber or anything like that, but there is a tower. If we don't get it back, I can probably switch it over when I get home. I can switch it over. I've got 2 internets at home. I have a tower. Oh gosh, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try. Cell service out here is not good on a given day, any given day. It is not good out here. I got a tower on my property where an internet service provider has all their stuff. Alright, so the internet service provider has a tower on my property, which I allowed. I have free. I don't pay for internet at home. I'm free. I'm wired right into the mainframe. I could pull up at home, switch this over to either one of the two internet access points I have. Well, I have several access points, but I've got two different ways. So I could actually bond a couple. Yeah, I could go home and bond a couple of connections. I wouldn't even need to bond. I could stay on one of them, or yeah, and I could easily stream at 1080 if I wanted to. Starlink has come back. Yay, yay, yay! Starlink is back. Now, how much longer am I going to be out here? I don't know, maybe 20, 25 more minutes. Boy, the ditches are really full here. There has been a lot of rain. Yeah, actually the water is spilling over the road here. Boom, man. I don't know if you can see these ditches. Let me put some light on some of it, but you see these ditches got pretty full. It's not as full right here because this is the high part of land right here. There may be a place up ahead. There actually may be water over the road as I go down this one here in about a quarter mile or so. You can see me splashing some water up. This is not far away from where I live. Go ahead and check another town up here. This is yeah, water over the roof. Oh yeah, oh yeah, there's another issue I got to deal with too. Something went wrong with my zero turn. There's some water down here probably. Not bad. Spilling over a little bit. Yeah, my zero turn lawnmower's got a problem too. Now I gotta haul it to the shop and get it worked on. Now, with all this rain, obviously, I will not be mowing for several days. I also will not be mowing for several days because the lawnmower's down. See all the water I'm kicking up? It's on the right, yeah. Yeah, so that repair, I'm just going to take a ballpark estimate. That repair is going to be another $300, $400. Sometimes I just want to punt. Honestly, sometimes just want to punt. And I actually, when I was sitting at that O'Reilly's in Brownwood, Texas today, dealing with this issue, There was a part of me that was just wanting to say, Bob, just quit, just quit. You've got other things going on in life. You don't need to do this anymore. I look at it this way, come June, I'm not getting rich. Don't think that, please don't think that, because I am not getting rich. But come June, at some point, I don't know the dates yet, I will be working on another film. It's a supporting role, but it's another gig. The reason there's no water here is because this is high terrain up through here. Now, let's just say stream will probably end about midnight. My gosh, it's already going to be midnight. Hey, we did see some nice structure earlier today, though. Pretty much played out exactly the way it should have, to be honest. Enjoying the ride down the back roads. And the flash in the sky. Hopefully I can sleep tonight, but I'm still totally, let's use the term the way it should be, all right? I am totally PO'd about what I had to do today. I'm wondering if we might get some more flash flood warnings. Locally. Now I know this area well. This is not an area where I need to worry about. This is some waters over the road. I don't have to worry about deep water flooding and having a problem driving through any waters in this area right here, because this is high terrain, just a few low spots, and you're not going to get anything that's going to be, a danger, where you're driving through on a flooded road. It's not going to be anything like that. See if the next time I can get out, we get these viewer numbers up higher. It's hit and miss, and I know it's, whatever your preference is. You want to watch somebody else, whatever, I get it. There's actually only a couple of other streams that I'll even watch when, and I don't religiously do it. I just will watch for a while, when I'm at home and it's too far away for me to even worry about going, or it's because I didn't want to go, it's because I don't like the setup that day, or it's because I had something else to do that I would rather do than hit the road, so I don't watch many. What did I see earlier? Something about direct donate. I will say this: I actually do, and it wouldn't really apply to what I'm doing now, but I do have a nonprofit. I do own a nonprofit company, and it is essentially it's geared to, helping relief efforts and things like that. That one is a 501c3, so you could always go that route, and it would go into helping to keep that going. I do have a few select people scattered around the area, the surrounding counties and whatnot that are a part of that thing. And basically all the no donations that I do get for that, which have been really hard to come by this year, as a matter of fact. That goes to situations where, you're getting your fuel taken care of to come. Sometimes it goes to a little bit of a, light equipment, stuff like that. Lighting, communications, different things like that. And, food for the crew. Sometimes actually have had food for impacted people and, and other workers actually. So, they're closed. Well, we should be closed. It's midnight. Going to be close to midnight. But anyway, whoops, what's that? Or if we need hotel stays or something like that, where you've got to have a bed sometimes, that's kind of what that all goes for. Just the expenses, really. Nothing goes in the pocket. But I am not the nonprofit. I own it. I am not. This is not what this is about. This is about something totally different. That, I guess, totally different, but still directly related. Does that make sense? Let's go back to 2017, for example. When Hurricane Harvey came in, I was down there on my way home after that hurricane. I was on the phone almost the whole way back, and I was organizing people with trailers, and had set up a local bank for a drop-off point for donations for food, water, money, things like that. And that was all occurring while I was traveling the 3.5 to 4 hours back home. And trust me, I needed some sleep. I really needed some rest. I was wore out. And I guess it was a day and a half later we took off, and I think there was probably a group of 12 or 13, maybe 15, hauled a couple of trailers down there. We hauled tractors down there, and Went back down there and under the worst possible conditions you can imagine. I mean, mosquitoes everywhere, hot, humid as can possibly be. Everything just totally torn up. You know, we toughed it out. There was no power for ever, seemed like. So, you know, generators, different things like that went down, and you know, it's just, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, you see the response from the local people that you're there helping them. It's just, you know, that's reward right there. No doubt about it. Because I'm gonna tell you what, if the shoe was on the other foot, I would hope for the same thing, without a doubt. Whoops, water on the highway. All right, this little town here is Somerville, Texas. Gosh, I feel like I want to get a cramp in my left calf muscle. I guess I better eat some mustard or something. Nah, I do that when I get home. Nothing worse than catching a cramp or something when you're just falling asleep or when you're asleep. I've done it before. I got a hamstring cramp one time laying in bed. And my wife thought I was having a heart attack. I said, no, go get the mustard, because it was a doozy. He went and got the mustard, and I just squirted a bunch of mustard and swallowed it, and within about 30 seconds that cramp went away. But, oh my gosh, it was not a good feeling. Okay, get on the city street here. Let's see what's been said. Okay, well, yeah, a little bit of flooding here in the town. It's typical when you get heavy rains like this to have what I have there, but it's not all that bad. I've seen it much worse. Yeah, I'm gonna go about midnight, maybe a little past. Okay. Liked my reel. Okay, good. Other channel. Daniel. Yeah, Daniel and I really need to connect again this year, and so we can kind of kid around with our senses of humor. You know, when we're not in a situation that requires 100% focus and seriousness. Oh gosh, do I have stories? Oh golly, I could tell you some stories that I've got some stories that even I might try to tear up from things that I have encountered, and some of the people that I have been around or assisted and helped. You know, like one time a little girl was lost, didn't recognize the neighborhood. Kind of took her under my wing because she was at her friend's house, and took her under my wing, asked her where she lived, and she really didn't know. She said, I don't know where my house is. And okay, well, there was a store down there, which way do you live? She pointed, and I'm like, you're thinking in my mind, oh crap, that's where the worst of the damage is. Power lines are down and everything, so I'm just really trying to be real careful. Probably dead, but again, you know, you don't know that for sure. You don't know. I mean, even if power lines are dead, somebody could have a generator at their home or something that actually is tying back into that system and can send voltage down those lines. A lot of people don't think about that, but it can happen. You get hurt that way too. But I remember I said, well, just hold my hand and trace my steps exactly. If I tell you to duck, I'm telling you to duck because for a reason. And after about 10 minutes, a woman come running up, and it was her mother. So this was a total stranger to me, of course. The mother obviously is a total stranger to me. Told her who I was, and she just wrapped her arms around me and thanked me for taking care of her daughter. That's what life's all about, people. It's one story of many I could tell. Yep, pretty electrical out here tonight. Unfortunately, we're shrouded, and it's being shrouded by the rain. You can't see the nice CGs. I'm sure there's a bunch of cloud-to-cloud stuff going on out there too. You know, if you're at a distance, if I was about, you know what, we may not end early tonight. We may go a little longer because continuing with the severe down to just south of where I am. I mean, there is a severe warning just south of where I am. And I'm just watching that. Given the circumstances of how that is going down there, I mean, I could sleep late tomorrow. It's no big deal. I could stay out here for another 2 hours if I had to. Jason, thanks for joining that. Again, that's really early in the infancy, and I don't know where we'll go futuristically with all that, but I do know that eventually even playbacks and whatever is going to have to be a members only thing. I'll get to that point. As I don't know when. Just don't know. It's a little difficult to grow when you can't be out here all the time. And even though I could be, I choose not to be because of I've got other things going on. But I try to get out here when I can. Or when I so choose to. Honestly, there's some times that I'm like, yep, okay. I could go, but I don't feel like going out today, and I won't. Yeah, it's a big part of my life, but it's not everything, right? I knew I was going to get into some heavier rain here. I'm just watching this whole thing just kind of spin around here. It's almost looks like an MCV actually. turning in here. Let me just take a look at this. Let me just look and see this. Okay, that is remaining severe. This is an area that the stream's going to struggle because the land-based data stuff is going to have a struggle right through here. Always does. The hazard. Hazard, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Well, I don't think we're going to see quarter-size hail out of this. It's barely moving there. That's the thing. It's barely moving. In 1 hour, if I go by the markers right now, in 1 hour, it will move about 8 miles. That's it. Interesting. BV. Struggle to keep this going. Okay, let's just get out of the bad area here. Okay, let's see if we can get this to come back up here shortly. Starlink is holding in there, but it's trying to negotiate all the connections right now, so hopefully it'll come back up and stay up a little better. Starlink's good. AT&T data things are starting to look a little better now, so maybe we'll be steady for a bit. Okay, what do you say? Washington County. Yeah, well, I am actually in Washington County right now. North Washington County, but I am in Washington County. Probably just starting to rain in Brenham proper. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning there in Brenham, Texas right now, so it's going to be for the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. However, I don't think you're going to see quarter-size hail. Let me do a double check on this. Okay, 1.25 indicated at an elevation of 4,000 feet. So maybe, just maybe, you'll get quarters, maybe. Now that would pretty much be located just west of town, of course, right now, but I'm this close, why don't we go check and see? What do you say? Why don't we just go check and see what we got? About 40 people still interested, so I'll stick with it for a little while. Okay, let's see. Okay, if anybody's actually over on the live storms media, on the media side, I'm shutting that feed off. If you still want to ride along and watch, come to YouTube. I'm turning off the media side now. Okay, that's done. extended in time, the flood advisory. Ferguson County. Okay. That's no real surprise. Do that right. 4,000? Yeah, almost 5,000. Actually, 4,700. 4,700 feet on that tail marker of 122.5. So 3/4 inch possible. Yes, I would say so. Yes. It's going to move into kind of starting to move into the western fringes of Brenham there. So if you're in Brenham, you might start hearing some noise of a little hail here in a bit. Why can't you sleep? I'm the one that can't sleep. I'm the one that had to spend $900 on a freaking alternator today. Just me being as let's put it this way. Me being as PO'd as I am about that will probably keep me awake when I do crawl in bed after a while. Got it. I did just yawn though. Pot roast? Oh God. You should not mention pot roast when I had that hot dog earlier. Where was I? Temple. I stopped and got that hot dog. And I'll be honest, the only thing that I've eaten all day long, about 9:15, 9:30 this morning, I had a couple of eggs and a couple of pieces of toast. And then I ate about the equivalent of 30% of what was left in a Pringles can of Pringles potato chips about 3 hours ago. And then I ate the hot dog. No, it's Cameron. Cameron, I got the hot dog. So I got the hot dog and Cameron earlier, and that's been the extent of my food intake today. So pot roast really sounds good. Jessica, if you live close, I would say, yeah, I'll stop by. But I have no idea where you are. I know where Tech Skywatcher is, but and a few of the others actually that have been on here, I know where you are, but most cases I do not know. Ooh, that thing's gone up to a 2-inch mark. Interesting. Okay. Let's go take a look here. Okay, it has gone up to 2-inch at an elevation of 5,100 feet, roughly. Okay. Might be some 1-inch pieces hitting the ground. No, probably a little small. But anyway. Acidic, yeah. Oak Cliff, southwest of Dallas. Yeah, a buddy of mine that I went to high school with, he actually played football at SMU. He lives there. He lives there. I just actually saw him last weekend. Yeah, he played football back at SMU back in the early 80s, I guess it was. New severe thunderstorm warning. That one's going to be back in the southwest. I'm thinking we may get a new warning on this one based on what I'm seeing on the radar here and the hail size, mainly hail size driven. There could be some hailstones falling here soon. Possibly. What exactly is that hill port at in comparison to me? Well, it is fairly close to it. Okay. As you can see, I am right here. And there's your marker, there's your chords. So, there you go. Really picked up. How about we just wait here and see what happens? See if I can get my spot where I'm not going to lose my Starlink. Well, I may lose it in the heavy rain anyway. Oh, actually, I already have. Yeah, I've already lost the Starlink, so it's irrelevant. So there is a possibility we could have some wind-driven hail come flying in here. Okay. Let's see what the rear one looks like with a little bit of lighting here. Okay, that's not right. What's this one look like? Oop, that one's offline. That's okay. Let's see if we can get that one back online. Just in case we get something. Where are we? Okay, we're back. We're back. It has come back. I don't think I could open my window though without getting a little bit of moisture coming in here. Let's see if that was going to show. I can almost not get rain being blown in from there. What is that illusion I have? What is that illusion? Is that a reflection? Okay, okay, wind's gusting. Okay, got the window up. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. New severe thunderstorm warning, just like I was mentioning, has just been issued here. I couldn't center myself probably any better for where that warning was just issued. Just a quick switchover glance. Anybody here in Washington County watching? There's your new severe thunderstorm warning right there. All right. And it's still maintaining a 2-inch marker. So here comes the gusty winds. And they are pretty stout, actually. Coming straight at me. Well, how about a left window view if I can do that without getting everything rain logged in here? Okay. It just comes in gusts here and there. Here comes another one. Woo! Yeah. Hey, honestly, this is by comparison, nothing compared to what I experienced in Victoria, Texas, or near Victoria, Texas the other day. Just wondering if we're going to get any hail come out of this. This is not bad. It's just occasionally gusts. I don't even think the gusts are at the severe levels when they do come through. I've had a couple of them hit, but nothing major. And I could actually I could do this. Okay, we got hail coming in now. If I can turn my truck a little bit here, I can get away from the, maybe get away from all the water blowing in. Oh man. Now we're going. Now we're going. Alright, just trying to look at some of the hail sizes. I'm not seeing anything really big right now. ½ inch at best right now I'm seeing. the cover here. Okay, camera, video. Let me send hail size straight to the weather service here. No, we're going to go with 1/2 inch. We're going to go with 1/2 inch. That's really about it. But I can't keep the water from coming in, so I'm going to switch it back to the front view. My session expired. Really? Oh my gosh. Now I got to try to remember my sign in to Noah. Oh my gosh. So, oh gosh. Oh gosh, I got to go back and look at my notes for all of my credentials. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay, 26, okay, I know that, okay, this is 26, alright, hopefully I'm typing all this right. Let's see if that works. Oh gosh, it didn't quite. I must have typed something wrong. Did I? Let's try again. It's easy for me to mistype something on a doggone phone. Thinking I had it right and I didn't. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. I must have done something wrong. I must have done something wrong. We got straight down rain and we got hail coming down. Let's see what size hails we might be getting here. Put the window down, you'll hear the sound of that hail hitting. That's the sound of hail. I just cracked the window a little bit. Okay. A little bit. I can see better. Okay, it's 3/4. Yeah, maybe some 3/4. Let's try going this route. Like the hail is past as well. Okay, well I'm not getting anywhere with this. Wait, what? What? That's not what I want. Alright, how we doing? I don't know why I'm being given this option. I don't have anything in that email I did. Confirm the email address to this time. I don't need to confirm it. I am already on it. I'll confirm it anyway. No, don't send me an email. has happened to the app. I don't know what has happened. I do not know. Don't have a clue. I was on it earlier and it was all fine. Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so the core of this is actually moved to the south of Brenham. It's approaching Kenny. Cross Highway 36 here shortly. Probably pretty much starting right now. I'm going to probably going to be heading towards home here really soon. And I don't know why this app is doing this to me. I've never had this problem. I'm just not going to worry about this. I don't know why the application is telling me to verify and all this mess. That should not be happening. All right, it's time to start heading north. Okay, so yeah, cautious of the terminology that's being used because sometimes it's not entirely accurate. Okay. You know what? I can do it this way. I'll do it over here. As soon as I find my other app, I'll send it that way. Where is it? Of course, Starlink is not going to work now. Not in all this heavy rain. Oh, there it is. Looks like I'm going to have to punch through a little bit of more heavy rain heading up. Oh, we have no power here on the traffic lights. We've lost power northwest side of Brenham, Texas here, it looks like. Yep, there's no power over here. So that was something localized here. Oh no, not flashers, not flashers, no, come on. Not flashers. I don't want to look at your flashers and blinding. Good grief, it's alive. I don't understand Okay, everything is dark. We have electricity on the right side of the road. We have nothing on the left side of the road here. So this whole little group of people here, like they're powerless. The stores about a mile up ahead do have power. So my guess is we had a tree limb, we had something come across the power line or something, and took out that one area. There has been a lot of rain. Actually, I've got a weather station I can check. I got another weather station here. I can check this one I have on here. Let me see. Okay, well, it's changed over to midnight, of course, so that's going to be totally irrelevant. So all I can do is, okay, no, that's the wrong one. Okay, since midnight, this is just to the north of town. Just 3/100ths shy of 1 inch of rain in the last 10 minutes. Let's just say the last, the last 30 minutes. Yeah, 36 minutes. Yep, okay, so I'm heading north out of Fredham, Texas right now, Highway 36, and I'm generally making my way home. Slowly moving along here. Looked like there was a tornado on the radar a while ago, but actually no. I had velocities on another device. There was nothing. It's just almost like an MCV type thing. I don't believe we have a tornado. When you get these kind of systems, you're going to have some swirling winds and things like that. That doesn't mean tornado. There was nothing on velocity to support anything near tornado. I can even run it back on here. I can run it back, and yeah, it was just. Okay, let me go a couple frames. All right, I can do frame by frame here. I'm going to look. All right. Oh, I didn't want to go to the end frame. I just want to go to the next frame. Save it on this frame right here, and I'm going to show this frame real quick. Okay, if that's what you were referring to, I'm not calling that indicative of a tornado. may think possibly because of what you see right here. Actually picking up a little bit of hail in this. Oh my God, I got somebody coming up with their flashers again. I'm just moving along at really slow speed here, just taking my time, but I got somebody coming with their flashers on. Oh gosh, and they're gonna get in front of me. Do I have to get into the thing about flashers again? Turn those flashers off, please. Oh my Lord. Okay, anyway. Yeah, you might think of that. I'm not going to go there with that. Because frame before, that's what you had. Next frame you have that. Next frame you have that. I think it was just one of those eddies, and you're also you're seeing that right there at an elevation of almost 5,000 feet above ground. So, I don't really think so. Yeah, so these guys are really flying down the highway. I'm in no hurry. Like that. Okay, let's get caught up. Last frame. That's where we stand right now. Okay. Back to the video. All right, I'm trying to look over the chat, but I've got an 18-wheeler coming up on my left, so I don't really want to look over right at this moment. Oddly enough, there's quite a bit of traffic out here tonight. I mean, what are all these people doing out here at this time of night? I mean, I understand the truck drivers, but what are these other people here behind me? And he's going to have his flashers on. I am not going to deal with his flashers. I am going to take a break. I'm going to read. Here's my road. That's not my road. Okay, let me go with this, okay. Okay, 3 to 4-ish? Oh, that early in the day? Three to 4? No. Okay, you lost me there, bud. If you could explain 3 to 4-ish, what you mean by that. Anyway, with that, I'm going to go ahead and put myself back on the road. I'm about ready to call it a day. Eventually, this heavy rain will clear me real soon, actually. Can't see a thing behind me. I don't think there's anything back there. You switch to rear camera, maybe? But, yep, too dark. So yeah, technically I'm riding in a little bit of spin here, but it's all kind of irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Well, I knew it was going to be a long day. I didn't expect the day to start the way it did. Should I repeat myself? Have an alternator go out when you're 3 hours from home? And you have to spend $700 for a new alternator and $200 for a mobile mechanic to come change them out? Yeah. Well, they're just going to issue a new warning on this. Downstream, it's going to include everything from Hempstead south of 290 out down to Sunnyside, pretty much. I guess almost down to Brookshire. But I've seen enough today to know that I've had enough. So now I'm going to fight the gusty winds hitting me from the northeast now. So yeah, going back to that little bitty couplet for one scan, mind you, at 5,000 feet. Yeah, there could have been some spin up there, but again, that was at 5,000 feet. I think it'd be real hard to translate that to the ground. But anyway, you know, fairly good observation. Just have a good understanding of what elevation those things are occurring, and it's just like the hail. It said 2-inch hail was coming. Well, I saw 0.75. But that 2-inch hail marker again was at 4,000 feet, so you're gonna have melt. Just like if you see straight line wind, you're looking at something and you've got a velocity, you look at it and think, oh wow, 90-mile-an-hour winds coming. Okay, take into consideration at what elevation that is being measured. Hope that helps. Okay, Dakota. Yeah, you're going to have a little bit of stuff. It's still trying to kind of spin itself back up towards you up there, but yeah, it's nothing major. Nothing major left out here tonight, really. It's just still going to kind of be a noisy night. Rain will eventually end from west to east. And I'm going to venture to say by about 1 a.m. I'll probably be shutting down 1 to 1:05 a.m. somewhere in that range of time. However, I think when I get home, I'm going to. I hope I have. You know, I hope I have some bacon left at home. Whoa! I got spots in my eyes from that one. Hope I have some bacon left at home, because I'm going to slap me together a bacon sandwich right quick. Always say it's not a good thing to eat before you're going to try to go to sleep, but I got enough things that will probably keep me from going to sleep. I got to get my mind to shut down, and I've got to get my anger under control from the previous things of the day that cost me an arm and a leg. I get past all that and try to go to sleep. well, you can hear me all through all the noise of the rain, road noise, and whatnot. Anybody left who hadn't subscribed, I'd appreciate it if you would do so. Oh, that's going to be a little loud. And watching me through weather-wise, progress-wise, okay. Yeah, that's one way of seeing where I am. Many times I will flash over to the radar, and a lot of times I'm going to say verbally where I am, where I'm headed, so on and so forth, and we'll switch sometimes over to the radar screen. Okay, I must be really. I'm going to switch over to the radar screen. How about that? Yeah, I will switch over, such as like that, and I will try to point out, like right there is my location. I'm circling my location right there. So, even for those that cannot and do not have the ability to track actual location, I'll try to put it out there occasionally just for somebody to try to get a reference. Other times, somebody will ask, "Where's Bob?" Yeah, well, because they just got on, they didn't hear anything, they didn't see any of the previous stuff, and somebody will be kind enough to answer that question. Just trust me. I don't know how many chat messages have come across tonight, the whole day, this afternoon. I don't have a clue how many. But I promise you I'm only seeing 10% of them because my focus has got to be on the weather, the road, other drivers. I got to pay attention to many other things. Chat is really of very low importance as far as, when it comes to safety. Let's put it that way. I could glance over to look at it, and I just really don't like to do that. And I'm doing it, occasionally I'll do it like right now. And guess what? I'm coming up on flashers again. I just love flashers in rainy weather at night. I just love them. I am such a liar. Anyway, what was I even saying? I must be really getting tired because I'm starting to lose my train of thought. It's not age or anything. It's just, I think it's tiredness. And it's frustration from what happened earlier today. All those things add up to Bob making mistakes in what he's thinking. Yeah, sounds good to me. That's my story. Stuff going severe farther south. No, not worried. Yeah, so anyway, what was I talking about? I was talking about my location. Yeah, so I try to get there. Somebody might be able to answer it. And I try to say it sometimes. So, likely no live streaming will be on the agenda for at least the next 5 days. I don't think we could potentially have anything else. I'm just going to say Texas for now until maybe the weekend, next weekend. Eastern U.S. troughing, western half ridging, capped atmosphere. Not much should happen. Central Southern Plains, really, I don't think anything much would happen. There could be a couple of things up on the ridge riders or something like that, but as far as anything down here, I don't think we're really going to get that big return of moisture return and all that stuff. Maybe not be until starting next Friday or maybe even Saturday into the weekend. So we'll just have to wait and see on all that. There's plenty of time. And I've got enough things to do over the next 3 days. Oh gosh, I got to go to Austin tomorrow night, so yeah, I can do that. Flash over a big picture real quick. Oh, that's really flashed over way too far. Okay. Yeah, what a mess. What a mess. No one can say they didn't get rain. I think pretty much everybody has gotten rain today. As a matter of fact, I want to get an update. I want to get an update from the Brenham station I have down there. What's our rainfall total there since midnight? Now, I can only do this since midnight right now. Oh no, I don't want to ride behind the guy with the flashers. So at my house in Burleson County, I've only got 11/100ths of an inch since midnight. North side of Brenham 1.05 since midnight. All right. So a lot of traffic is built up behind me here. And that's all just fine and dandy. All right, so considering everything now, this is going to be my total expenses for the day, and this is not going to include me getting a couple of drinks and that one hot dog that I had earlier. All right, that's minimal. Okay. 947. I can't add this up in my head right now. I'm too brain dead right now. 947 plus 200. All right. That's 1047, right? 1047. Okay, 1047. The fuel that I bought today would be 130, I think it is actually. I think it's 130. So I easily topped 1,100 bucks spent today. That ain't cool. I'm gonna have to try to make that up. Gotta try to make that up. Make that up with more subscribers, more super chats, and all that good stuff that goes along with it. Alright, it's 1 o'clock a.m. I will be shutting down in about 4 minutes. Again, the stream was supposed to start at 3 p.m. today, but it didn't because of alternator going out and me almost not even making it to Brownwood, Texas. And fortunately, everything worked out and I was able to get it replaced and get back on the road. But that was about a 2.5 hour setback. And I almost didn't make it into Brownwood because the truck was stuck in 5th gear. The power steering was gone. There were a lot of things that were gone. If you've heard this before, I'm sorry. Anybody that might be new here from the last few minutes. Yeah, the first stoplight I come to up in Brownwood, it never downshifted. It was still in 5th gear. So when I took off from the red light, I barely could get going. So I had to go through 3 red lights dealing with that, and then I finally get to the place I needed to turn in, so it was a struggle to turn in without power steering. But every warning light practically that I know on this vehicle, every one of them went off. But it started with a charging system failure. And yeah, okay, so that's not a good thing to have. And it wasn't long after that, everything followed suit. Battery wasn't being charged, and started losing the battery. Battery was down to 12 volts. Yeah, just not going to take care of business. At least I was smart enough when that happened I just went ahead and shut everything off. Turned off my power inverters. I have 3 power inverters. I shut all of those off. I shut down all the computer stuff. I shut everything off. What a day. What a day. Oh, looking over. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying. Spleen. Okay, well, spleen. Spleen? Spleen? Can you spleen that? I mean, can you oh, God. I don't get it. Maybe I need to look back. Maybe it's a username or something. I don't know. Spleen for the win. Okay. Okay. Once I get off this highway, I'm going to shut it down. And so I have about I got about 4 miles up before I turn off this highway onto a county road. And when I get to that point, I will go ahead and get everything turned off. Well, I will shut the stream down. I'm not going to try to shut everything off while I'm driving. There's too many switches that have to be thrown. I am going to go ahead and turn off this AT&T device. That, and do that, and that AT&T device is now offline. Smell of skunk. Still about 30 people watching this this boring stuff. Well, it's about to end. Another one going with their flashers. You know, if you go look at the post I made on X, I made a post on there and I got video of the flashers in front of me. And tell me I'm wrong that these things aren't more blinding than just leaving them off and having your taillight shine. No doubt in my mind. Okay. Yeah, I am. I am tired. I really am. Okay. All right. Really? Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's okay. Yeah. I am tired. I really am tired. Okay. Squeen. Squeen. Another squeen. Okay. Oh, good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right. Well, I'm gonna bring up my window for the shutdown. Couple of mouse clicks and we'll be there. I'm trying to see what has the stream duration been today. 8 hours and 16 minutes to this point. That's one of the longer stream days, that's for sure. They usually average 4 or 5. So why did I burn through some data today? That's an added expense that I can't translate into dollars right now. All right. Okay, well, you guys have left. Appreciate you hanging in here and riding along. If you didn't subscribe, please do so. Share this channel. I need to build the viewers. I'm going to get into some bigger numbers, and you all know the drill. And if I don't see you before next weekend, which I doubt I will, but you never know. Based on what I see, I don't think we'll have to worry about anything. So I'm not saying we'll have to worry about anything towards next weekend. It's just when I think that we might start having a bit of chances of thunderstorms return, whether they be severe or not. I couldn't tell you that far out. It's too far out to really come up with any, valid forecast at this time. It's just look at the pattern and see when the moisture's returning and see what's going on. Look at a bunch of different things. Don't look at your phone app for your free phone app. Don't look at that to say there's 40% chance of rain next Saturday. Don't get me started on some of that. All right. Thank y'all again. And if you were here earlier today, hope you enjoyed seeing some of the there were some good shots to be had out there, and I had a few of them. Anyway, wherever you are in the world, if it's time to go to sleep, sleep well. I'm going to try to sleep well, and we'll see you in a few days. Thanks again. Have a good night.